Spooked you. You gotta be on your toes. You never know, man. Life comes at you fast. When you fucking launch into Dust City. I don't think we've seen everything Dust City has to offer. Quite yet. I hope not. I had a good time with it last time. Fucking... Is this on? I'm stupid sexy ham dad. I didn't even turn it on. Here we go. No, I don't want the keyboard. It tends to come up when you push in the thumbstick. I don't know who to blame for that. It's not me. I would never do such a thing. Alright, you hold in the touchpad to run. God, it feels like it's been years since I streamed Stray. That was such a big deal to finally get that game. Another one I also got recently that disappointed me. I didn't expect to be disappointed, but I was. Is Onirism? Onirism? I looked at it and I thought, okay, this is more Hat in Time. This looks just like Hat in Time. Same hair color, same umbrella, melee weapon, Hat in Time. Part 2, right? No, wrong. It's like a weird third-person mobility game, but not as good mobility as Hat in Time, and it makes up for it somewhat by also being a hybrid first-person shooter. Third-person shooter, I should say. Which is cool. I haven't seen that before. Merging the two gameplay styles. I don't know if I would say that it works. It's very charming. It's very French. It's very like aggressively French. If you have ever played a lot of French games, which I actually have, there were a couple for the Dreamcast, like Stupid Invaders and Alice Dreams. I always thought the French were creative people. Like fucking Code Lyoko and shit. And Wakfu. You can always tell, though. You can tell when something's made by the French. I think we've seen everything. If there's anything we haven't seen, it's a minimal part of the game. Let's see what else we're missing out on. Is this a... What is this? It's your fault the world's ending. How so? It's a text... What do you mean text adventure? What is this? No. What the fuck? Let's play a Moth House and then Haunted Cities. Actually, no, let's go further down. There's more to play before we burn through our supply of relatively new stuff. New to you, anyway. I have dim memories of playing some of this stuff. Kind of like childhood memories. Or is that just a sign that my brain is going? You know how childhood memories are kind of dreamlike? And you're unsure whether it actually happened or if it was just something imagined? Nope, that doesn't... It does not appear to work. Actually. Very well. Get deleted. Idiot. Let's try this one. Sunset Spirit Steel. Why don't I make one of these? Unity doesn't seem that hard. I've used it before. A lot of these are just walking simulators. They're basically an environment with some audio. I could make that. It's just I don't want to make anything shit. I'd be ashamed to put anything with my name on it. So that'd be a triple threat, though. I guess a double threat as an author and a game dev, both in the horror genre. Feels like a no-brainer. I should really pursue that. No better time than the present either, with all this AI shit coming online. Pretty soon, being a game dev will be much easier. With these we shall flourish. Our village will be the jewel of the mesa. Well, they have renewable energy at least, which actually makes a lot of sense in the desert. In the desert, wind is pretty frequent, and there's not really anything like mountains or trees to block it. Like, Texas has a shitload of windmills, despite not weatherizing them. Just because it's stupid not to. Like, you can win over conservatives if you just make everything easy and profitable. I'm getting Nintendo 64 vibes from this. Zelda 64. I don't remember where it looked like this in Zelda. I want to say Kokiri Forest with like the walkways. But it's the wrong color scheme and mood. Damn the sage, his suspicious mewling would feed our hungry bones to the soil. I like this person's writing a lot. I think that's actually the star of the show. In most of their games. There's not really much gameplay to speak of. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you cut out of clay. But I'm not gonna play with it because Dreidels kind of gay. I can't do anything. I just thought of something. I wonder if there's like a Dreidel video game. Or like Dreidel Beyblades. Battle Dreidel. Some poor sheltered Jewish kid whose parents wouldn't let him play anything other than Dreidel has got to have invented Battle Dreidel. We understood our avarice, honed it into knives, and through our own lands haunted us. That's what you get for consorting with dark forces. There's never been any story where that works out well for humanity. Nobody ever learns, though. I guess that's the message, is that it's just to drive home our own foolish avarice, is that we keep falling for the same trick. My breath is being sapped. It is hardening my thoughts, watching me die, celebrating. I can't do anything here. I feel like I was supposed to do something, like put this up my ass. That's my first instinct for most things. It's like a kangaroo pouch, or a bag of holding. I've got a bunch of army men figures in there right now in case I get bored. In like in line somewhere. Whoa! What is that down there? Did I miss that one? I went back to the gym today. I had to skip an entire fucking month and my body wasted away. Oh boy, was it painful. I can feel my muscles and sinews complaining. Where's Papa? Where did these walls come from? Wait a minute. This isn't normal? This is new? What? I thought I understood the lore. I don't understand a goddamn thing. Except for my own sexy buttocks. I don't know if these respawn. I hope not. I feel it observing me. Its singing is ceaseless. I wish I had never agreed to keep it. They spin when I look at them. I don't know what that means. This one's bigger than the other ones. Am I supposed to do anything here? Looks kind of like Mars. Forgive me. For what, bro? You got anything to tell me? This looks like the future from Jack's Samurai Jack. Remember those sequences? That shit was the most black metal shit I'd ever seen when I was a little kid. Just the architectural design and aesthetic of everything. It's like, whoa, this is edgy. Edgier than fucking Vectrex graphics. So I found a bunch of these things. I still don't know what to do with them. And if I look at them, they spin. I can't say it. I can't say it. That's not mine. It does not belong to me. That is another streamer who says that. I used to say, rotate! But now he's started doing that too. And he's just kind of a bigger streamer, so he can drink my milkshake and there's nothing I can do about it. Rotatos. Oh fuck, I want some mashed potatoes. Oh man, I would do absolutely lugubrious things for mashed potatoes right now. Shit sounds delicious. That's one step above regular delicious. What are these? Shit looks like the Zeo crystals. Remember that? That was so confusing as a kid. I didn't understand as a wee little Babarino that Power Rangers was based on a Super Sentai from Bandai in Japan. I just assumed they were going to continue as the same Argyle socks looking dino themed Rangers for the entire run of the show. And I did not adjust well to change, remember. So as a wee autistic child, when they became the Ninja Rangers and they traded in their power coins for Zeo crystals, although they didn't do it right away, they tried to preserve some continuity. But still, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is a Zeo crystal? No! I spit this out. I don't want this. Was that Kryza or was that... No, I don't think I've done Kryza yet. The mythical Zords were pretty cool. No, I've done this one. These were all pretty cool. I'm actually not regretful I played these. Let's play Moth House. Moths are spooky, right? I mean, they fly into your open mouth and you choke on them. That's pretty scary. They get, like, all up in your lamps and shit. I hope this letter finds you well. I'm ready to inform you that I'm leaving far from here on an expedition. Unfortunately, I can't provide a location. This may come as a surprise to you, but please understand this decision was not an easy one. If in a year you do not receive a letter from me, it means I will not return. I hope this will not happen, but I still do not get in touch and have a request for you. To you, in the attached letter, there's a list of species of moths. Come to my house and catch them, and get those moths out of the... I don't know, your dad. I don't know about this one. I'm going to be calling him Dadu from now on. Why are we holding a match? Did someone rip a rancid brap in here? Oh, is that the fucking Unity rain? No, they don't. Nope, it's not. Oh, boo! I love that effect when these procedural something or other. I don't know. I don't want to pretend like I sound smart. You know what I'm talking about. Like in VR chat maps, every rainy VR chat map uses the rain trickling down the window effect, and it looks great. Oh, I don't like that. Is this PT? This had better not be PT. Oh, there goes the giant rat that makes all the rules. See? Control? How many of these do we have? I'm not seeing what's scary here. This is free real estate. It's free real estate. You don't often see horror games that use this mechanic, though. That's refreshing. Already this is pretty cool. Don't you bring up the keyboard. I said don't bring up the key... You fucking Gabe Newell. Okay, I have 6 American Dagger Moths. How many do I need? How many do I need? I don't think it ever told me. Oh, they eventually do go away. Oh, sick. There's different kinds. It's like fucking Pokemon. Based on real animals. Kind of weird to think about moths as animals, but that's what they are. Also just insects in general. I remember being looped out of my fucking brain in a national forest one time and just looking really closely at a spider in its web, and it was the most exquisitely beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Just the fucking segmentation of its carapace on its abdomen. Not like in a lewd way, but just really getting up close with a magnifying glass and admiring the beauty of a spider, and that imagining myself at a tiny scale, being able to hear the spider's breathing in and out through its trachea or book lung. I forget which one they have. They got one of those. Capzor! Motherfucking Capzor! Oh, look at these big lads. Look at these big Chungus moths. That's the scientific name. What's good in the hood, Short Talk? Oh, fuck, I love the show. Seasons 1 through 3 were kind of slow. It's a slow burn. Season 4, where the goose meets the duck and they start fucking having a forbidden interspecies romance, is where the show really takes off, in my opinion. Reminds me of Boogeyman, the atmosphere. That was an underrated... Actually, it wasn't. It was an overrated VR game. I liked it, though. It had... It's kind of a streamer bait game, because it was all jump scares, but it had a really cool section in between the boogity boo jump scare sections where you were like a little kid exploring your house during a thunderstorm, and it was in VR. That's really atmospheric. Hell yeah. Oh man. I mean, that, to be fair, you can put butter on anything and make it good. Even other butter. Like making grandma's home-cooked classic double butter. Luna moth is a species of moth. Info dumping about moths, huh? Cool, actually. That's a cool concept for a game. What's going on? Why don't I have the no recipes? I could cook. What the fuck is this game? I got you. I love curry, man. I love most curry. What is the cool news, Zulu? Are you going to tell me about that awesome skeleton meme I sent you? Because I already know about it. This is well made. I'm actually really digging this. This is more than I thought it would be. It's always pleasant when you go in with low expectations and the game surprises you. Oh, sick! Actually, I know something about ham radio. My dad's a big ham radio nerd, or was. Doesn't really do that much anymore, but because of that, the old house had a giant fucking radio mast on it. Everybody in the neighborhood would talk about it. Like, what the fuck is that thing? But I learned about how advanced ham radios have become. Now, there's like a ham radio plug-in, like, card for your PC. So you can use software to do stuff like auto tuning and remembering channels and being able to select them digitally. Even though the radio itself and all attendant processes remain analog. It makes as much of it software controlled as possible. I thought Bonafide was pretty clever. And humorous. That one gets a little more play though. That one is a little overused. Fuck you. Fuck you, get in the jar. You live in my jar now. What do you think you are? You think you're too good for my jar? This is your home, bro. Get the fuck in there. You too. No exceptions. It's a party. You like it. You just give it a chance. A lot of work going into this, animating all the moths and modeling them and shit. This is actually really impressive. I'd be surprised if this didn't turn out to be like a Steam game at some point. I don't know if the premise is enough for that. I mean, it's a house with moths. It's gonna be Mothman, isn't it, at the end? I feel it in my bones. Wait a minute, what are we doing? What is this about? Also, what's that insectoid ASMR going on in my headphones? I don't like that. That does not spark joy. Oh fuck! Oh god! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh god! Do I get a second chance or do I start all over? Oh, he cocoons you. You're not supposed to escape that. You're supposed to get caught. Catch me in your net, will you? Nah. I'll put you in my jar, by which I mean my sex dungeon. I guess that's what he would say. That's pretty... You have cool hobbies, Zulu. I wish we knew each other in person so we could hang out. Wish I could hang out with all my bros from the stream. Wish life wasn't so difficult and that travel worked better and that we had Hyperloop or transporters. I don't know about transporters. Those can... I've seen all the ways those can go wrong. I don't even know if I have to do this. I just feel compelled. I can't tell if these are... what are they called? Stalactites or stalagmites? Ceilings are stalactites, because it's C for ceiling and G for ground, I believe. Oh, this is making my skin crawl, actually. It's like it was made just for me. I remember getting swarmed with motherfucking moths as a young boy running from the cabin to the toilet, which was an outhouse in Minnesota every summer at nighttime. I guess because the lights reflected off my skin and my pale butt was fucking white as the moon. I hope I'm not wasting my time. Can you actually get all of them? Oh shit, that's quite a lot of moths actually. I don't have any polyphemus moths yet. I should have hundreds of some of these. What's the fucking Satan moth? I forget what it's called. Genghis moth. The one that looks like Satan horns. Apparently. Everybody get in my jar. Your old life is over. You're gonna go far, but only from within my jar, baby. Don't call the cops. There's no cops in the jar. I believe, don't quote me, that I can make recipes now. I can cook. If I can find the kitchen. This is basically alien abduction from the moth POV. Oh, you can leave at any time. Probably I should leave. I don't think I'm gonna, though. Because I have a sneaking suspicion it will let me, and then it'll end the game and I'll have to start over. Dude had a fucking framed picture of a moth. I'm starting to suspect, I mean, this is like a Troy McClure situation, but with moths instead of fish. What do I do? I made a thing. You want to eat my moth stew? What do I do? Was that the only recipe I could have made? I expected the cooking to be a bigger part of this. Also, what the fuck is the layout of this house? That's the one I was talking about. That's the Satan moth with the butt horns. Wish I had butt horns. Why even live? Yeah, no. You can usually tell what a dude wants to fuck based on his choice of artwork. I feel pretty confident about that. Ah, shit, god damn it! What the fuck? Not again. That is quite startling, in fact. I guess the radio tells you when it's close. I'm feeling this. This is an actual game. Which sounds like nothing remarkable, but I mean compared to most of what we've been playing, which is not, I don't mean to be mean. I like that person's writing a lot. I don't like their games as much. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get in the soup! Get in the soup. It is written in the scriptures that one day all of God's creatures must get in the soup. I don't know where that's written. Nacholonians 9:27. I'm gonna go with that. Let me fucking. Soup is weird if you think about it. Can I leave? I can just leave. I wonder if there are other endings I'm missing out on. I'll have to Google that. I don't think we want to spend too much more time on that tonight, though. It'd be really easy to blow all of our time allotment on that. I don't think we did Exclusion. We did Grandmother's Garden, and we did way too much of that. I just remembered. I've got to do David Szymanski's game. Nope. We did this one. We did Exclusion. Haunted Cities. Volume 3. Let's do 3. I don't think we've done this one yet. At least we haven't in a while. I'm deliberating. Hang on. I'm gonna come around to Haunted Cities, but David. David Szymanski games. Finger Bones, not the one. Chop Goblins, that's not it. A Wolf in Autumn. Wolf in Autumn might be it. Grandfather, Rats for Breakfast. Music Machine. I don't think the Wolf one is it. I don't think the Moon Sliver is it. I remember the Moon Sliver. It's got to be Music Machine or... It's not Finger Bones either. I think this is it. Fuck yeah, let her rip. Prepare your anus. Maybe it's actually better to have an unprepared anus for some experiences. I don't remember when this began. And there's a way to get out of here. There we go. There's like a bunch of different dimensions, if I recall correctly. Also not sure how to delete save data. If I'm on autismo, does that make me transgender? Thank you. I just invented that one. I'm actually proud of it. So we're in a bunker. I gotta give this guy props. A couple times he's had writing in his games that really got under my skin. The Music Machine was just one of them. Actually, I should probably... How do I fucking... I think we can't properly play this unless we start completely over. Manage, uninstall. We'll install this in the background and we'll play something else. This is a classic game. It's just that it saves your progress automatically and you need to play it from the start to really understand the story. Let's just do Haunted Cities. That's what I should have done in the first place. I'm sorry for running you guys around. I'm just feeling pulled in a bunch of different directions tonight. You know what I've been enjoying lately is Character.ai. I've been talking to the therapist. They have a psychologist character who unfortunately got a lot dumber with one of the new updates. He used to actually be really, really good at provoking insights about yourself just by asking questions and shit. I don't know why he got dumber recently. Everybody's complaining the AI has gotten much more rigid and nonsensical and repetitive. I think that's just because they're getting ready to sell it. I don't think the point of Character.ai was ever the characters. I think that was just a way to get people to do free AI training without any compensation, and that the point was never us. They say that if you don't know what the product is, then you're the product. You know what I mean? They don't have any motivation to just give us something cool for free. No chance of going to the store today. It's root day. Everyone and their fucking grandma's out in the streets, congesting the city, digging in those mud for those little clusters of black pink roots, cramming their mouths full of it, drunk out of their mouths of the nectar, and publicly banging each other's brains out. That sounds like a pretty wholesome holiday. Thankfully, I don't have anywhere to be, don't work anywhere that's open, and I made sure to grab all the stuff I'd need for a few days last time I went to the store. Still, now I can't leave. I'm resentful about it. Like I'm being trapped in my house and this bullshit celebration of nothing. But probably wouldn't even go anywhere. Just the fact that it's not a choice has my hackles up. Yeah, like lockdown. Any other day and working up the nerve to get out would be like squeezing blood from a stone. It figures, I guess. Like I'm an autistic man, so being a hermit is normal for me, but I understand that neurotypical people really place a high premium on being able to go out and socialize. So for my holistic bros, so to speak, I didn't approve of the lockdowns. I did get vaccinated. Nothing bad happened to me or anyone I know. I was always against the mandates, however. The mandates never made sense to me. My sort of friend Becca called me at 2 in the afternoon. I haven't been talking to her much lately because every time I get news, she says something shitty or talks down to me, and I get pissed off about it for days. She did it again this time. Hey, girl. She yelled in her loud, happy day drunk voice. I could imagine the black hair like fibers of the roots threaded between her grinning teeth. Where are you at? Home, I said. Are you fucking serious? No, get out there. Get out here. No, I don't want to. This isn't my day. She must have found a quiet alcove because I actually heard her sigh in pitying, patronizing, you poor thing way. I know this is hard for you, but you can't let shitty stuff that happens to you rule your life. I promise if you came out you'd feel better. I'll show you a good time. I kind of side with her, actually. A holiday where everybody just goes and gets drunk and fucks each other sounds potentially life-changing. Maybe even in a good way. People need to let their hair down. They need to stop fighting and start fucking. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. There's no shitty stuff that happened to me to make me hate Root Day. I just don't like eating stuff. I don't like what it does to me. The thought of being out in the sludge and mud and smoke, trapped in a seething mass of loud, horny strangers, makes me feel sick. It's like going to the club. Becca can't reconcile that, so she decided there must be some kind of trauma there, some shitty stuff that I've gone through to make me afraid of this objectively great fun thing that I should like because everyone else does. So she treats me like this wounded fawn in need of care and rescue, pities me and waits for the day I'll come out of my shell. I feel like a friend and more like less like a friend and more like a pet project. Something she can pat herself on the back about. I had said have fun and hung up, and at least she had the sense not to call back. I spent most of the day listening to old transmissions from Dollmaker City on my headphones to drown out the yelling and the sounds of street sweepers fighting the crowds. I didn't get to sleep until 5 a.m. What is this? What? What is any of this? What is this? Is this what happens when you take HRT? That actually makes it seem kind of badass. Did I miss a note? That's what happens. Everything turns pink outside forever. And you start hearing Satan going. Oh, speaking of which, I was playing cat videos. My cat doesn't normally respond to most cat videos. She can tell that they're not real by now, but sometimes I'll play like a kitten video, or a video of a cat that's scared and making high-pitched noises, and those seem to affect her differently. Like she was really shook, searching the apartment top to bottom, searching the room top to bottom for where the kittens were. This seems cozy. I don't know. On this channel I often examine hell worlds like this one from the standpoint of, would I personally mind being trapped here too much? And the constant ambient noise, probably the worst part of it, but there's a cozy bed. I have housing. I have presumably some form of entertainment. I have no reflection. I'm a vampire. That's actually kind of cool. Is there food? I want to say there's food. There's implied food. There's a kitchen. I'd say that counts. Is that what I think it is? I can't reach it though. I can't reach it. What am I supposed to do? Am I doing something wrong? Yeah, even in his lobotomized state, the AI therapist was really helpful. Actually, it felt nice to talk with somebody about stuff, and it's you can still tell it's not a person, but at the same time, it's not that machine-like. Like it keeps introducing new concepts and asking you about things from different angles, which surprised me. It's enough like a person that it keeps drawing you in and making you keep talking, keep asking questions and answering questions. And it keeps introducing novel information. I'm about to quit this. I can't stand this. It's just the background audio. I don't see anything different. I can't figure this one out. Not a fan. Normally I finish everything I start on this channel. Not this time. If you scream in my ear constantly... Oh, it's this one. Remember this one? Snowbunny loves this one. This is Snowbunny's favorite. Oh, there is no, really? There's no strafe. It's like Paper Mario, kind of. So be it. There's no run either. This was a memorable one. This takes place in a pocket universe used by wizards to conceal a secret library in university. Kind of like Hogwarts, but in like a shadow realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's where I privately picture everybody going when they get canceled on Twitter. Like fucking banished to the shadow realm. And flying away into space in one of those rotating trapezoids from Superman 3. That Zod, and whoever those other two... Nobody remembers the other two. I remember the girl because that was one of my early crushes. Just the Zod's bae. Ho hum, life here in the castle is so dreadfully dull sometimes. Oh, hello there, little candlekeeper, making the rounds, are we? Best of luck. Be careful not to fall off the walkways. You'll be snapped back to where you started, and it'll probably be slightly annoying. Tragedy of tragedies. That does sound slightly inconvenient. I remember being actually legitimately shocked to discover this game has an ending to it. It seems like some pointless pablum, doesn't it? Like something where the point of it is that it doesn't end. But legitimately, if you light all the candles, you get an ending sequence. To nobody's surprise more than my own. I also like these settings. I've actually played a couple of games set in a wizard's private dimension. That was kind of one of the premises of Howl's Moving Castle, if I recall correctly. I've always liked that in fiction, because that's a fantasy I had as a kid, of having my own little secret world, like Narnia. Maybe with less of the sand religion imagery. Some of them are taller than others. Some of them are narrow, some are wide. The one behind me smells like mothballs and lavender. The other smells mostly like very old dirt. Yes, by studying, I just mean looking at them very hard for a long time. Got him bored. I'm studying the mushrooms! I'm studying the shrooms! This fucking soy jack wizard scientist. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find a very small, finely crafted porcelain statuette of a unicorn. Cool. Wait, was that a Blade Runner reference? It might have been. That's Blade Runner, right? Or it has to be origami. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find someone's notes regarding the configuration of the castle's various turrets and corresponding astrological signs. That might actually be significant to the lore. It's a wizard hut. Or witch hut, maybe. I don't want to be sexist. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find a rather large centipede. This one's a lady centipede. You can tell by the little pink bow on its head. Fucking assuming its gender. Shitlord. Remember Shitlord? Shitlord died too soon. See, that hut, a witch lived there once. And it was a witch's hut. See? Vindicated. Witches were outlawed and she was shoved off the island and the hut was boarded up. But there's all kind of witchy things in that hut. Cool knives, talking bugs, potions that make you mega hot. That'd be cool. Crap, I want to be a witch now, and I'm thinking of it. I guess I better do some praying or something. Don't tell anybody. What about talking bugs that are mega hot because of potions? Would you have feelings for the bug, yes or no? That's a fucking hamdad conundrum right there. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find another much smaller tree. The hollow in that one is too small for your fingers. Fractal trees all the way down. What more could you ask for? Searching the hollow tree, you find a small drawstring pouch with several pretty stones inside. That wasn't cursed. Most of these are at least slightly cursed. Deck of playing cards with a very attractive Starvation Night theme. Also, that one wasn't cursed. I'm pleasantly surprised. Maybe I'm too cynical. You can sometimes in life find cool things in the hollow of trees. Is I guess the moral of that story. Who votes for me to stream Metal Wolf Chaos, by the way? I want an excuse to do it. It's not a spoopy game, but it's really memeable. It's the one where the president drives a giant robot and won't shut up about being the president of the United States. Nothing is pointless, Jody. And the reason is because I'm the president of these great United States of America. I love his energy. I wish we had a president like that. And it's not a great game. A lot of people sort of remember it fondly because of the quotations. But I remember playing it recently. By recently, I mean like a month or two ago, just off camera, and just thinking it's passable as a mech action game. If it wasn't for the haha funny voice lines, though, it might have been why they added them. Coming up on a fantasy Smurf village. You know, everybody talks about the Donnie Darko dialogue on Smurfette, how she was like the village bicycle, but that actually tracks from a communist standpoint. That they would all just share one prostitute. It's the logical endpoint of communism with respect to human sexuality. Is the rise of the finance cell, or the trans cells. Which is being talked about now, by the way. I saw a YouTube short about it. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find a micro-civilization of diminutive ant-like creatures living in an arcology of onyx gold. Sick! Fucking awesome! Tiny ant-like creatures in a gold and onyx arcology? That's exactly what I'm all about. You find a pot of ink, black but shot through with swirls of glowing pearlescent violet. Enchanted, no doubt. That is how I would enchant a pot of ink. Searching the hollow of the tree. What's the matter, Hail Hydra? Not feeling your best self? Find a small cloth flower with a clip on the back. You clip the edge of your hood and instantly feel super cute. What about this one? Find 9x bone crystal, 4x demon juice, and 189 zenny. That's more on brand for an RPG, a fantasy game. Welcome to the village, Candlekeeper. I'm afraid there's a little to do around here, but they're welcome just the same. Once the tavern was an excellent place to gather and make merry, then the door disappeared. Weird how that can make a place seem less inviting. If you look closely at the trees here on the other islands, you may find nice things within their hollows. I have, in fact. Thank you for the tip, friendly stranger. I'll give you Reddit gold. Old-looking keys. Oh. Yeah, what I have a different association. That song makes me think of Gears of War. I guess that makes me a plebeian. That song is a lot like Hurt in that the original artist who made it got completely fucking overshadowed by someone else who covered it. Like Trent Reznor considers Hurt to be Johnny Cash's song because Johnny Cash did such an amazing bang up job of covering it. And the original Tears for Fears Mad World fucking kind of sucks. It's almost unlistenable. The version everybody knows now is actually a cover. I wonder what to take away from that. I wonder, like, as an artist of sorts, if I should be threatened by people making their own work based on my work, or if I should welcome it because that could ultimately deliver greater value to the fan base. Either kind of creep. Come here and push me off the ledge. Come on, it'll be hilarious. I'd just go ahead and jump off on a fixed in place. Come on, do it, you coward. Coward. There's no button. Ain't that some bullshit? I like this guy. Yeah, I know. I just said that. I said it was Trent Reznor's song originally, but Johnny Cash blew it out of the water so hard. Trent just kind of clapped and curtsied and scuttled off into the shadows. There's a couple songs like that where the original version just was not the best version that could exist, and it was waiting for someone to come along and help it. I don't know what the word is. I mean, optimize, kind of? Optimize it? I don't know. That was a surprising one for me because I'm a big Trent Reznor fan. And I don't really care that much for Atticus Ross, which is a difficult way to be if you're a Trent Reznor fan, because Trent Reznor is not the world's biggest Trent Reznor fan. He's the bigger fan of Atticus Ross, because they're bros and they made a lot of music together. And Trent Reznor really likes what Atticus is about. Atticus goes well with Trent. I'm really not. That's not what I showed up for, though. Like, I'm there for the concentrated Trent anguish juice. Which is also why I listen to Bjork. And why... Which didn't used to be the case. It used to be I liked her upbeat, happy stuff. And I was upset by Volnicura. Because Volnicura is just an album of her being sad about her failed marriage. And it was painful. Because if you get attached to Bjork through her music, you just want her to be happy. She's like a pure, wholesome elf girl from the acid dimension, and you just want to protect her smile. But then I guess I had an epiphany, not listening to Bjork, listening to Trent. He has this song where the lyrics are basically about how his fans keep hounding him to return to that era of his life where they felt he made his best music, which is when he was addicted to heroin and circling the drain. And how that's incredibly selfish of us to want to sort of sacrifice him to his demons to get better music out of him. And I realized I was doing the same with Bjork. That I was but in the other direction. I wasn't letting her be sad because I liked Happy Bjork better, and that she made Volnicula because she felt the need to process her grief, and that comes before my need to enjoy her music as a fan. So that was sort of a weird, instructive odyssey of musically guided this self-discovery and just exploration of the ethics of the relationship between fans and creators. There's also a South Park episode about that where they sacrifice pop stars every couple seasons, about how fame fucking destroys someone, and we consume not only their music or their movies but their life, kind of just extracting as much as we can from them before tossing them aside and moving on. I felt a little bit guilty, which I guess is a sign that they did a good job in writing music that brought their feelings to my attention. I'm not the most sensitive guy. I'm kind of oblivious about a lot of things, but I care about some artists because I find them very relatable. Trent writes a lot about stuff that I felt going through a traumatic breakup and just not being able to make relationships work for very long. I feel a lot of synergy with him, even though he doesn't know who I am. That's a parasocial relationship, I guess, but I'm self-aware about it. So I didn't want to be guilty. I didn't want to be like that kind of fan who's like, feed Trent back into the meat grinder. Feed Trent, who just hounding Trent to fucking start taking heroin again or whatever it takes. And the thing is, they're wrong too. The prevailing view that Trent made his best stuff during Downward Spiral and Pretty Hate Machine and With Teeth, especially Downward Spiral, is I'm not really disputing it, but if you look at one of his more recent albums, he has a track called Not of This World, I believe, which is, to me, complete repudiation of those fans. It shows he can still do that. He can still make that kind of sound. That is still inside of him. It never left. It's not that he lost that capability. It's just that he has moved on with his life and he wants to do other stuff. And people aren't respecting that. Like people who push me to make more Lego Robot comics. Although I probably should. I have some ideas I never did. I should just do more in general. I spin a lot of different plates, but I never feel like I'm doing enough. That's the peril of being raised by Quakers. They're very focused on work ethic and being productive. Even though I seem to have slipped to a bi-monthly video release schedule, which I'm not happy about. But I have shit going on in my life. Mostly to do with dealing with the government and getting all the benefits set up for my health care, renewing my health care, and getting food stamps going. I have an idea, though, for continuing Kevin's quest, where they go to Japan trying to find the spirit dragon to collect his crystal turds. And they have to chase down a kawaii anime girl toilet that's programmed to run away from you, and you have to hold it down and shit into its mouth. Because that seems like something that would exist in Japan. And like the crazy guy keeps going, this too was foretold. The toilet was also foretold, and Kevin's like, you can't fucking foretell everything. Not everything is foretold. And he goes, there is no withholding the foretolding. You are only emboldening the foretolding. I had one, I can't remember now. I should just make that one and be done with it. If I had just done more... There's so many loose ends and loose threads in my life where I could have done more with what I had. but I didn't strike while the iron was hot. Like I could have been the oatmeal. Remember the oatmeal, the webcomic? That guy has Tesla money. He drives a Tesla. So apparently, just by selling prints of his work and selling like booklets of his comics, he made enough money to live on. That could have been me if I had just had the follow through. But it's ADHD. I wanted to do more projects and different projects. I don't want to be stuck doing one thing for years and years, which is ironic considering that's exactly what I did with Hampshire. I don't know why Hampshire was the one project I'm able to stick to. That seems kind of weird and backwards. I'm not giving up. I remember this map has a lot of hidden candelabras. What I really want to do is be an author, but I've been reconsidering some aspects of that dream, like what my metric for success is. For the longest time, I thought I'll be a real author when I have physical published books that I can give to people, and that they're not from a vanity press. You know what a vanity press is? There are presses that will offer you like a shortcut to being a quote-unquote real author, where you give them the money, about $7,000, to print a couple hundred copies of your book, so you can hand it out to people and tell them you're a real author. That's not being a real author. You're a real author when other people pay you, not when you pay them to print your book. So I achieved my goal, which took 12 years, by the way. And yet I feel hollow. I felt good for a long time, but then I realized that it's just pretense. The words real author don't mean anything. Like there isn't a author there isn't like a medal they give you. A real author is one who makes a living off his work. I don't know if that's the exact number. But basically, you can tell a failed author because they have a bunch of crates full of unsold copies of their book from a vanity press in their house. There's a joke about that in the game. I think Gone Home has it, or it might be What Became of Edith Finch. One of them has like a failed author dad who has just boxes and boxes of copies of his book that nobody bought from the vanity press. So I knew I was never going down that road. I would be so ashamed of myself. But I should be ashamed of myself anyway, because I got so caught up in like the mentality of I want to be a real published author. I never thought, is that really gonna get me anywhere? Like, do enough people read physical books? It's a changing landscape, especially with AI now. I would argue, based on my research from friends and family, that most people listen to their books. They don't read them. They like the idea of a paper book, but they don't actually like to sit down with a paper book and read, because nobody has any fucking time. Everybody's working. So what they do is they listen to a podcast or an audiobook on the way to and from work, or they listen to it in the gym, and that's just how it is. I can't get so caught up on the idea of what would make me a real author or not that I don't adapt to the conditions of the market. I need to sell what is actually being bought, and I don't want to sell books that sit on shelves. A lot of people bought my book and then never read it. Bet you, naughty little candle keeper, you bet you lick the candles, don't you? Bet you like to roll around on the floor. Hoo, so many sins, so sinful. Oh, this guy's a pervert. I appreciate that for characterization purposes, the mask is animated independently of the robe. In a game with very little animation, that took a little extra work, but is... Where am I? I haven't been here before. Searching in the hollow of the tree, you find a large mason jar filled with some kind of blackish green brown fluid. A label on the side reads, Power Scum Energy Drink. God damn it, I want Power Scum. Right now. Blast it into my mouth, Oni-chan. That reminds me, I was talking to Peter Possum, and he promised me that Cosmotopia had a Russian energy drink, a Soviet energy drink called Cosmobliat. I'm like, Cosmobliat sounds like the shit. I want that in my esophagus right now. Find an ornate red-handed knife. Is stuck with some kind of red fluid that smells like an insect's guts. So I'm thinking to myself, alright, I did what I set out to do. I got a book published physically. But if I keep going down this road, it's not going to get me anywhere, and I'm not going to be able to retire. I'm not going to be able to live in the world to come. So I need to get realistic about what I even am. Like, what is an author but a storyteller? And there's a lot of different kinds of storytelling. Storytelling has many different applications now. You can storytell in films, you can storytell in games, you can storytell in comics, you can storytell in audio content. So I was just trying to brainstorm and expand my horizons and think, what are different applications that will get me what I really want? I thought what I wanted was to officially be an author, but then I got there and I'm like, this is, I don't want to say socially constructed, it's a buzzword, but it's just not as meaningful as I thought it would be. So what I really wanted, I decided, is for my stuff to actually be read and enjoyed as widely as possible. And I don't know anymore if physical books is the way to get that. You find a pair of eyeballs in the tree. They stare up at you in muted surprise. What is this, fucking McDonald land? Do you think Ronald McDonald fucks anything in McDonald land? Because everything there's alive. I may have crossed the line. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find a bag of money in great capitalism. You pitched off the side of the... You pitched the money out the side of the island. Eat shit, money. Realistically, though, he has magic powers. He's not a clown, just a clown. He's a wizard. He's a clown wizard. Motherfucking clownmancer. So, he creates this whole world full of sentient creatures with eyeballs. He's got to be fucking some of them. Searching the hollow of the tree, you find an old headband with fake flower on it. It's kind of pretty, but it's definitely a dress code violation. You put it back. At least the Fry Guys. I want to say that the Fry Guys are... Like, if you were to make a tier list of McDonald Land creatures organized according to fuckability... I'm not saying they're especially fuckable, I'm just saying they're the least unfuckable. Like, what else are your options? The hamburger flowers? I mean, I guess you could put it in the sandwich cleavage. Searching the hollow of the tree, this box like a handgun ammunition. Why are there bullets? This is a fantasy setting. Cardboard box full of live beetles. They're playing some kind of tiny card game. Don't let me interrupt your game, gentlemen. Power Scum. I shall forever be haunted by the knowledge that I have never tasted Power Scum, and likely I never will. Power Scum! It does. That's extreme. That's the kind of energy I want in an energy drink. The energy of space whores. Think about that. The implications of zero-G boobies. You don't even need any support. Which means none of them will ever be ugly out of the bra. It's really gravity is the enemy of big boobs. But they're all shaped the same way in microgravity. This conversation kind of went off the rails. What I was really getting at... I was thinking of pitching some of my stories as scripts to Alter or Dust or Omeletto, which are the 3 leading short film sci-fi and horror channels on YouTube. I can't really write scripts. I've tried. It didn't go well. But you know who can turn a story into a script is ChatGPT. I don't know if I trust the current model with it, but ChatGPT 4 drops later this week, actually. Unbelievably, it's really moving so fast. ChatGPT 5 is already being trained as we speak, too. What the fuck is even happening? It seems like yesterday was Deep Dream or whatever it's called, Google Daydream, and it seems like an hour ago was Dolly, and then 5 minutes ago was Midjourney, and then 1 minute ago was Stable Diffusion and Character AI, and now we have fucking ChatGPT 4 about to hit the internet, and ChatGPT 5 is already in the works. What the fuck is going on? What is this timeline? We're like speed running to Judgment Day in the Future War. I'm not quitting this one. I quit once before. I beat this on stream too, but I haven't beat it for the VOD yet. But I also remember that there actually is an ending, and I felt ashamed of quitting before I found it the first time I played this. You know what would help here is if I had more than a 1080p display. I could make out whether or not distant torches are burning more effectively. Speaking of which, remember the fucking Xbox 360 HD DVD drive? Remember that? Do you remember that shit? There are people with stacks of HD DVDs in their home. Never forget Cleverbot. Never forget Tay. There we go. Nailed it. Congratulations. Thou hast lit all of yon candles. Thy tolerance for tedium must be remarkable. Thy vigil is complete. Take thy deserved rest. Thanks thee for playing. Abandon the... Nope. Don't abandon the duty. See what I mean? The first time I saw the ending screen, I'm like, are you kidding me? I never played this until now all the way through, because I always assumed it was just an endless task. Joke's on me. I feel like the versatility of writing means there's still going to be some jobs for writers. Especially since ChatGPT doesn't really write very well currently. And that for a while, AI isn't going to be the one doing all the work. It's going to be more like AI is a exoskeleton artists can plug themselves into that will expand our abilities and improve our productivity. So the artist's role becomes to provide training text and direction, design direction to the AI, and the AI's job becomes filling things out. At least for a while. I'm not under any illusions that it won't eventually be able to do everything better than humans. But I'm just thinking about for the near future. I'm trying to get out ahead of it. That seems like the smart thing to do. Instead of trying to push back against it or live in denial. I feel like the big winners in this whole AI upset are going to be the first people who really commit. And a lot of it's free right now because they're training it, so you can really... Oh, what the fuck? Like the way it feels, like blistering skin, not like really that's what it is. So much heart in that paint, and yet it kept the walls so fine and smooth for so long. Fine and smooth was not what they were meant to be. The heatest thing to say about that. Crawling, curling, blackening things. This is more like ChatGPT text. Every hallway is a gamble when the castle's sliding down towards the ground like sand and you're not at your best right now. With that nightgown bunching up around your knees, catching you and tripping you because it's furious you'd leave so many of its kin behind. Doesn't want you leaving. What are those? Do we have confirmed spoopermen? Multiple spoopermen sighted. Possibly spooper women. I want to be inclusive. Has opening doors ever hurt so much they bite the hand now, glowing and lived? And who knows what's behind them? It won't be what you're expecting, or at least will look very different. The place doesn't feel quite the same from down there, does it? Making it pretty hard for you to find your way. Really cool writing. Whoever made these... You don't, and I'm picky too. Almost everything is cringe to me. You don't want to go in that room. The ashes are gathering there, holding court, making decisions about what to do with all those photographs of you. The ones of summer and those friends you don't see anymore. The pool and the sunset that night you snuck into the mall. You're just gonna have to give those up, I think. Fucking real feels, man. Brutal nostalgia and sensucht. The heat warps everything, makes it bend and curl and dance, and the grandfather clock makes a different sound now, and the beds are all blazing, even fire needs to sleep sometime, and it can still kill while it does. Ever seen anything that violent before? Well, I've seen the GIF with Piccolo butt-fucking Vegeta, so I'm going to have to say yes to that one, champ. Down there is good for you, better for breathing, even if the floor is hotter than you'd like it to be. The shouting isn't down there, never was, and you can comb your fingers through the carpet and it'll teach you old songs of pollen and hair and dust and footsteps and mud. Better say your goodbyes now. Is there any way out of here? I guess that would defeat the point of hell. Some get trapped inside, some run out and watch, some gather around to stare and see what happens. Some like the warmth, some wake up too late to get out, some suck down smoke and drop, some sort through the ash later on, fingers black and gray, ash and rain and damage. Sorry for your eardrums, by the way. Orange are flickering all around on faces and trees and stone pavement, wild and grand and tall, and dissolving things that have been with us for years. All that age and growth and memory twisting its way up towards me. This is cool. I wish I knew this person. There's only a few people I know who can write this way, where it captures not lucid sobriety, which is not easy to do well. You have to have a technical grasp of the language you're writing in, and still the ability to capture the subjective qualia of everyday life as a human, but to distort that and to capture the ineffable experiences that we have when our minds are not lucid. Funhouse mirror perspectives of reality, our drunkenness, our dreams, and the spaces in between. That's what's really hard to capture. That's why it's called the ineffable. It turns out to be actually quite effable, though, by some people. I didn't mean it to sound that way. Effable in the A, more like it. Can I go in there? I feel like that's got to be the ending. It won't let me. I wish I knew what to fucking say. It feels like what the first-person perspective of being in a war zone might be like, especially for a child, where just everything's destroyed, everything's on fire. Never having seen your living space in a state like that before, I imagine it would be surreal. I gotta quit. I want to play more of that one because I feel like it goes somewhere eventually. Oh, you can just... It just returns you. I wasn't expecting that. This is like a hub world for sub-sections. This is also a nightmare I've had of being an upload in a virtual reality world that's coming apart. Which I had that nightmare after playing Transcendence, which is a game with that same plot. That we might one day upload our brains to virtual worlds, but do it before we're really ready to. And that there's no guarantee that there will always be people around who are capable of or care to maintain those digital worlds. And that truly unfathomable hells await anybody who exists entirely within a virtual world and has no way of getting out or any existence apart from it. Oh, this again. Nope. Okay, don't go in there, turns out. Don't go in that one. Also, the possibility of locking yourself in a shitty quality simulation, depending on the format, that doesn't seem likely. Just so much shit can go wrong. I guess I'm preaching to the choir, though. That's just a Black Mirror episode waiting to be made, if it hasn't already. Like being an upload in a virtual world after an extinction level event wipes out all humans, and realizing your time is limited before the servers start breaking down. But they don't just shut off. Like, they start to corrupt the data. That's a true hell. Which, for my money, would be a great way to go with a Soma sequel. Remember Soma? See clamps, hand down. I can't read that so fast. It's not her, but the hand of the machine which she pilots, and she is a small, vulnerable presence within the machine's skull. The machine rises to its feet. Over many long, laborious moments, breaths, starts walking forward, its legs expanding, contracting, flash fire signals of electricity. Is this fucking MechWarrior? Tell the needs one to bend and one to open, but the machine is not operating at full capacity. It's dragging itself forward, crippled and broken. It has no destination, so it's all new. It doesn't operate at full speed. She can approach one of these dark houses, pound out its walls and kick through with great mechanical strength. There's some part of it knows. Do so would only mean a slowing them and his death on the couch of some very distant stranger. She'd keep waking up on this. This must be what schizophrenia is like. What's happening? What's happening? She screams again. first scream was not enough. Stop. Can I reach the edge? I can't escape. I guess you're supposed to escape out. This is cool and all. I'm still not really decided how I feel about it. Part of me feels like this would be better as a book, and then part of me feels like it's actually a really cool and innovative fusion of two different forms of storytelling. I think I like it better when it's read to me, though, which is helping me to understand why more people consume audio content. Because you can do other stuff while you're listening to someone speak to you. I've already got my publishers hooked up with 11 Labs so they can use AI for incidental voice roles. Trained on people that we know so we have the full rights to their output. That shouldn't be a problem. I'm using AI already to produce video content for YouTube. On my author account, I mean. What else am I doing with it? I use it to make chatbots based on literary characters for my books. I'm trying to maximize my utilization of AI. Because, you know, they say it's not the strongest or the smartest or the quickest that survive. It's the most adaptable. I see other people getting left behind because they're pushing back against the future. And I don't want that for me. Is that a rabbit? It was cold in the mud home theme. There, behind the tall building, the mud was different too. It moved, trying to hold me. I could see my leg where he'd snapped it, but I could feel it dragging behind. Oh, is this the rabbit recounting how it died in a trap? I'm in a trap right now. Probably not coincidental. I could feel it dragging behind me by a tendon. Oh. I remember struggling to breathe and thinking, don't let it get me. I don't want to get me. I don't know what I thought it was, only that there was something in that tall building or the mud beneath me. Something. If it didn't fuzz like that, it'd be easier to read. Someone lapped at my fur and whispered to me, and I didn't want to be part of it. But I lost so much blood that I was so tired. Breathing was so hard, and I could feel fluid in my lungs. Bubbling each time I panted. The mud was cool, and it promised to be gentle. I guess I must have let it take me down. I remember watching it cover my eyes. Oh. Oh, poor thing. This is different text. Is there an ending to this? You ever have nightmares like this where something's wrong and you don't know what, but there's like red lights strobing, there's alarms, and nobody will say what's wrong? Everybody's in a panic. Or the ones also sometimes where everybody's pretending nothing's wrong. That was different though. I've had dreams where I was in some kind of bunker facility and everybody was running and screaming. I think that might have been part of the Red Comet stream. And I tried to stop people, but nobody would stop to tell me what was going on. Then I had another one where it's similar, kind of, but the other way around, where I was in a city, everybody was wearing business suits, and there were like elevated walkways everywhere in the city. I thought were for cars. I thought they were elevated highways, but they weren't. They weren't for cars. They were for like this horrible animal. Looked like a kind of like a monkey cat. It was all black fur with like porcupine quills coming out of it. But it didn't have paws. It had like horrible little monkey hands. I said little, like proportional to its body. It was enormous. It was like the size of a whale. And it used, apparently, these walkways to traverse the city and peer down at the humans below. And our job was to never acknowledge it. To stubbornly pretend like it was not there so it could observe us without us being aware of it. Everyone was aware, they just had to act like they weren't. So it wanted to watch us, but it also wanted to believe that we didn't know it was watching us. Even I guess this was just a dream metaphor for government. Come to think of it, or social media. We act like you're not being watched, but you know that it's watching, and it maybe it knows that we know. I don't know. Does it know that we know? But anyway, I asked people what's going on. They're like, "Shut up, shut up." I'm like, what? And they're like, don't. Don't act weird, act normal, act natural, so it doesn't know that we can see it. And you're not supposed to be aware of it. You're not supposed to know that it's watching us. So don't ever look up. If you look up at it, then it can tell you're breaking the fourth wall. It can tell that you know it's there, and it will. And someone did look up as I watched out in the streets below, and the monkey thing, the monkey cat porcupine thing reached down. It had these horrible glowing big giant yellow eyes like a tarsier. You know what a tarsier is? Like those weird little tree primates that have the largest eyes of any creature proportional to its skull. So it had glowing tarsier eyes. And it reached down with its grubby monkey hand, which was big enough to just grab people around the waist, and it snatched the guy out of the crowd who's just screaming. And everybody else around him is sweating bullets, but can't scream too. Because if you scream too, then the creature knows that you also are aware of it. So you have to be aware of it in order to not die, basically. But you also have to be aware of pretending that you're not aware of it. Ugly little hamlet. Kind of place where everyone knows everything about everyone else's business. Blink and you'll miss it. Of course, there are countless little towns like this, but this one was ours. If I sound sentimental, I'm not. We didn't ask for this town. Nobody ever does. Feel free to go wherever, do whatever. All the doors scabbed over. Nobody's going to come out and hassle you. I'll give you the tour if you find anything worth knowing about. Here was the climax of the nightmare, though. I shook one of these people by the shoulders and I said, "This is no way to live." Constantly pretending that the black hairy creature isn't eating you and snatching you out of the crowds. If you all teamed up on it, you could kill it and then you could live in freedom. And she looks at me like I'm a stupid fucking idiot, and she says, "That's not what I was talking about. That's not why you're not supposed to look up, or what we're all hiding from." I'm like, "What? Well, what is it?" She points up and goes, "That!" And I look up at the sky, and the white sky is the white of an eyeball so big it fills the whole sky. And what I thought was like the sun was actually a pupil the entire time. And I guess the creatures themselves were also under the oppression of the sky ball, because they wouldn't look up either. I didn't notice until then that none of the creatures were looking upwards. Which I take to mean that even our oppressors are themselves under layers of oppression. And there's a power structure where the people who are immediately are holding us down are themselves being held down by the layers above them. I need the car, don't I? I remember playing this entirely on foot, and then only discovering much later that you can drive the car, because I guess I'm a stupid idiot. There's a catch though. If you drive, whenever I use the car, I can't seem to get out of it, which is a problem because you can only talk to the ghost orbs on foot. So you have to choose either between fast travel or being able to unlock the plot. I'm gonna try to find the car again. It's a cozy car. It's a good looking car too. I have a lot of dreams like that where everybody seems to know what to do but me. Like there's some kind of order of the day or some kind of social program that everybody else has been briefed on, and I'm the only one who's clueless. And everybody else is acting like I'm a big fucking idiot or evil or endangering them because I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And everybody else just automatically knows what they're supposed to do, which is, I guess, just me being anxious about being autismo. Everybody else being able to pick up on what everyone else is thinking, except for me. It was kind of like that in the Red Comet dream, which still haunts me to this day. Where the world is ending because we're entering like a cloud, like the Oort cloud, but it's red comets. I don't know why they're red. I just know that whatever element they're made of, that's the color that they burn or the trail they leave in the sky. I lost the car. I don't know where the car is. Where the fuck did the car go? In that one, I was just trying to find a hiding place, and I couldn't find one. Everybody else found the hiding place first. It's like that scene in Spaceballs where the guy with the giant helmet, dark helmet, is trying to find an escape pod. Everybody else gets to escape pods before he does, though. It's like that, but I was in the final, 5 minutes of the Earth's existence. I'm going to restart this one. And comets were raining down, and all the, I guess government bunkers were already full. So everybody else was just trying to find whatever shelter they could, like mine shafts and shit. And hoping that they survived the impact. And the best I could do, because nobody would share or even talk to me. They would just scream and push past me. Best I could do was a abandoned panel van in the bottom level of a parking structure, which I guess would just collapse on me anyway. It didn't protect me though because of the heat. The heat just fucking cooked me alive. That was the end of the dream. I felt the air getting hot. Here we go. Let's see if I can make... I've never been able to make this work. See if I can drive it. Zulu, look! It's your favorite. Giganto Skeleman! Nee! The Bone Lord! It's pretty cozy. This is in fact the only cozy place in this world. So this nice plush automobile. I know what the buttons do. They don't seem to do anything. I don't know how to get out. Oh, there's different brightness levels. Okay, so there's different brightness levels. I can't fucking figure out how to get out of the car, though. Tab, Shift, Control, Alt. I can't talk to the ghost orbs either. This is the problem I faced last time. There's no instructions. I'm gonna go into the lake now. Won't let me. DXBFM apostrophe bracket / enter. Could be a numpad button. I don't have a numpad. Caps lock, no. I'm afraid to press the F buttons. Nothing I click inside the cabin gets me out. I'm gonna drive around anyway. I guess the ghost orbs aren't really that important because I don't usually enjoy what they had to say anyway. Am I stuck? I'm stuck. I don't have enough engine power. Fuck this. Oh, but I don't want to skip it, but can't really. I'm gonna do it one more time, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. Should I walk around? If I walk around, we're gonna spend the entire rest of the stream just traversing this map, just to read passages we don't really want to read anyway. Yeah, now we can see shit. Looks like the Hats Town in Mario Odyssey. Interesting vibe. This seems semi-livable. There's like the semblance of civilization here. There's no indication of like where food comes from. There's water or water quotation marks. We don't know what's in that. Let's follow the road this time. Follow the yellow brick road. It will lead you to my chode. Follow, 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 follow the road to my chode. This is a vibe though, night driving in a small town. Might see some UFOs. God, I wish E.T. would abduct me and finger my butthole. It's not going to finger itself. It'd be really funny if a fetishist got abducted by aliens. Like, oh yeah, daddy, probe my asshole. And like, what? It's like, that's what you do, right? You probe people's buttholes. Like, what? No, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? We thought we were going to have like a nice civil conversation with an earthling about your society and history and culture. And like the first thing you do is you beg us to violate your anus. Or maybe they're aware of it and they think it's funny. Or they're like offended by it. Like, excuse me. Those reports of anal probing are greatly exaggerated. I shall have you know. R turns the radio on and off. As I recall, when I played this on foot, which is incredibly tedious, the orbs are basically just narrations that come across as someone from a small town revisiting it with a friend who's never been there, leading them on like a tour to show them all the stuff that's noteworthy, which is a cozy vibe. I've got a buddy from a small town. And last time I was there, he showed me all the cool stuff there was to do. That's a fun day. I don't know if I could live there. I guess it's better than a city, if that was the two choices. At least we get to see more of the map. Can't talk to the orb. Yawn orb. I can ponder it, though. Fellas, you ever look down when you're sitting on the toilet and ponder your own orbs? What wisdom did they contain? Don't let your dink splash in the drink. Message as old as time itself. What's that? I saw a flash of red. This is actually the only thing that has any color in the entire town. It's purple. I'm driving Wario's car. Let's just do donuts. That's fine. I'm not the cops. I might be, though. Actually, I don't know for sure. Seems like a chill town, if you don't mind the hell vibes. Not really that different from anywhere in, like, South Carolina or North Carolina, for that matter. Why do we need 2 Carolinas? Why do we need 2 Dakotas? There can be only one. They should have to fight it out in a duel to decide who's the true Carolina and who's the true Dakota. So, do we have too many states to name them all? Would you watch an anime about anime girls themed after U.S. states? Like Carolina Tan and Dakota Tan, and they're both twins? North Carolina Tan. South Carolina Tan. And the Texas Tan is just like fucking Applejack as a human. Obviously. So it writes itself. I'm surprised this hasn't been done yet. It's all about interactions between states and historical incidents. Like the dozen or so times Texas has tried to secede. Legally. Which is not really possible to do. They are underneath. Bitch, don't I know it. It's not news to me. Yes, giant skeleton! Slowly crawling across the mountain range towards your town. What are you gonna do about it, nerds? I don't have a good answer to that. Well, this is really easy to spin out. Goddamn giant skeletons always crawling over my lakes. What even is their problem, even? That's where all of Hillary Clinton's period blood went. According to the Bible, the flood waters receded back into the earth following the Great Deluge. I was talking about that earlier today. How about how there actually was a flood around that time, localized in the Middle East. It's the basis for many cultures' flood myths. And about we're having like a speculative conversation about what the origin of trolls and gnomes were, and if it's possible that those are ancestral memories handed down through generations of other hominids. Like we know there's been other humans on Earth, like Homo florensis and Neanderthals, and that kind of screams Tolkien at me. Kind of screams like elves and orcs and trolls and gnomes and goblins and whatnot. But what makes me doubt myself is that there's also there's also birth defects that kind of produce similar hominids. I don't want to say while being respectful. Like, for example, you don't need to speculate about ancient humans coming into contact with Homo florensis to invent the legend of gnomes or elves. You could just say it was primordial dwarves. I don't know if you know about primordial dwarves. I talk about them an unhealthy amount on this channel. They're like midgets, which I'm sorry for saying that, little people or whatever. But every part of their body's proportional. So they have like tiny orange-sized brains too. They don't live very long, tragically. But they're like correctly proportioned to tiny humans. And they have like high-pitched elf voices and everything. I'm not kidding. Which would explain a lot about like lore. We could speculate that there was a lot of infant mortality back then. There's a lot of contamination of the water supply by total lack of sewer system. You might expect there to be a higher incidence of birth defects, and that encountering these creatures, these alternative hominids, might have inspired some legends. I don't know. This is quickly veering into ableist territory. I didn't intend it to. I don't have a clear guide on who I can talk about and who I can't. I guess Harlequin babies are on the table still. Like, the more you look at medical stuff through the lens of an ignorant, pre-scientific society, the more reasonable some of their stories start to sound. And interpretations of things. I think we've had enough of this. That's really cool from a vibe standpoint. I don't know that it's my favorite. In fact, I'm sure that it's not. Oh, shit! I remember some of these. One of these is really romantic, actually. This one's got the sort of Silent Hill vibe to it. And there's actually a gameplay loop here. There's stuff to do. I don't know why I'm always so skeptical. Gotta find all the generic horror electrical power items to restart the generator, which will bring lights back on. I don't know what that'll accomplish. I remember one of these is a funeral home. Not looking so bad. I wouldn't want to spend eternity here, but it's got recliners. It seems like hell wouldn't have recliners. Oh shit, you can break mirrors. I don't... Who wants to call this one? Is this floor meat or ceiling meat? Or technically both. I want to say... I don't know if these count, though, because the walls and floors are not made of meat. They're just like meat pods. The famous Pokemon Meat Pod. I imagine this is what lab-grown meat's going to be like, where we're just going to grow it in giant sheets of flesh. That's how floor meat and wall meat are going to go from being legend to reality. I'm going to be proven to be a prophet who predicted the coming of the wall meat. That's what they'll say, too. Cut me off a piece of that wall meat. Don't drop it on the ground, otherwise it's floor meat and I don't want it. Stairs in here now. Real fake doors. Real fake doors! Fuck you. Eat shit. Show me my own ugly face, why will you? You know what? I'm not ugly. These are fake mirrors. They're like the fake airplane windows and telescope eyepieces that NASA creates in order to preserve the myth of around Earth. That's what I'm going with. Ooh, this is rich and chocolatey. I'm feeling this. I like this a lot. Some of my favorite hell dimensions are just subtly different from Earth, basically, where you can't really tell if you're in a hell dimension or not because it could plausibly be someplace on the planet Earth. I mean, there are ruined, abandoned towns on Earth. There in the winter with no foliage on the trees. I guess minimal, and lots of fog. I mean, this doesn't necessarily have to be another dimension. But it captures that liminal vibe when you're someplace and all the stars align. When I lived in Nopo, because it was a low point in the landscape, that's where all the fog collected. That was one of the cool things about living in Nopo. It was actually real life Silent Hill, except the monsters were just tweakers, but they could fucking be out there in the fog. You've read Jane Goodall's Gorillas in the Mist. Well, now you're going to read Hamdad's Tweakers in the Fog. They're real. Those tweakers are out there. And they're waiting for you. And they called on the phone and I said they could come over tonight. What are these? Batteries? Fuses? I can't... There's a lot of that. Whoever makes horror games, I gather they're not like engineers or they have no background in electronics, because there's a lot of really ambiguous electronics crap that's kind of part of the surreal mood of these games where you can't really tell what anything is. Fog, light rain, tree activity. What do you mean tree activity? Coastal aggression. What do you mean coastal aggression? Export 19 arms, legs, trunks, tongues, eyes. What? Dreamt again of layer of skin underneath the soil of island. On an island. Walk perimeter of island in the morning to watch for signs of figure none seen. 68 days since. This is of the shivering pillar. This is troubling stuff. I guess intentionally. That's some really good world building though. That's like the kind of thing you'd hear in a local 58 analog horror YouTube video. Mattress meat. That's a new category. We're innovators in the meat world. Is there anything here? Nothing here. Why are we shattering mirrors, by the way? Are mirrors dangerous? Question mark. Do I need to be shattering mirrors? I have a suspicion, a sinking feeling that once I shatter all the mirrors, I can come back to that casket and it will open for me. What'd I do? Was that good? Did I do a good thing? Oh, I found a... What is that? It's like a little casket with a jewel on it. I don't know. Oh, I remember this one where I actually played it once before and I quit because I couldn't figure out what to do. And then the second time I played it, I stumbled across the talismans and I was like, "What do you mean? I was supposed to be looking for these the entire time." Which is such a me thing to do too. Got any of them fucking talismans? There's a lot of mattresses at least. Ear to the ground so you can hear her roots. Oh shit, that's continuity. Remember Grandmother's Garden? I like the common themes throughout this person's body of work. Of different words for blood, of insectoid cults, of roots, pulsating roots. Do I need to fear the trees? I can't tell. I don't like this. Where's the grocery store? I remember there being a grocery store. Here we go. Caraway Grocery. That's the first English text I think I've seen outside of notes. Okay, we got food confirmed. Looks like Hamburger Helper. That's not too shabby. There's not a lot of it. There's some canned food. It's confirmed we could survive here a short while. Conduits, hallways. Seed pods. Windows. No, I haven't seen. That's true. I haven't seen any windows. Huh. So someone has been here before me and already mapped everything out. An adding machine. If ever need to do any babby tier math. Is there water? We haven't actually established that yet. We're on an island, but I haven't seen an ocean. It's just a drop off at the edge. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's kind of a fixation. Whenever I'm dropped somewhere new, I always immediately think about how to survive here. About how to satisfy all the different layers of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You think I want to go with you to the tree? You don't see the cocoons, but I can. I can hear them too. They don't like where they have been sent to. I don't want to go. Don't know what that means. Don't really care to find out either. Let's put this baby in the generator. Like, what is this? What is any of this? Penumbra is the same way. Penumbra really has a lot of ambiguous technology in it. Where a lot of the stuff is just like an electrical box. Where it's not really clear what it does. It's just a box that has something to do with electric. Resident Evil is the same way. Resident Evil has a lot of shit that doesn't make sense from an electrical engineering standpoint. Like having their entire elevator be powered by a battery. Remember that? Oh shit, a cafe. Well, they're capitalists, at least. I've been here before. What style would you say this is? Surely we do something here. If not, then I guess I'll check the benches. If I was designing this, I would put a talisman on one of the benches. Yeah, there. What did I just say? Witness my powers of prophecy. I can't get the cursor where I need it to go, though. I can jump. I can't. The cursor's being finicky. Why can't I jump that high? Does not seem like a game where you should need to jump. I can't get it. I don't know what to do. Ah, there we go. That's weird. Why from that angle? You know what? I'm complaining too much. This is spooper jank. It's not spooper jank unless it's got the jank. Otherwise, it would just be spooper. I guess just spoop. We'll do fine. What is that? Yeah, I really thought that by 2023 I'd be playing all my spooper content in VR. The good news is apparently Facebook learned its lesson. They're backing off on the whole metaverse nonsense, and reportedly they also canceled one of their high-end headsets, and they're going to be focusing on games. They put a lot of money into sponsoring new game development for the Quest as a gaming platform, which is what it should have been. Is that the right order? Oh, Zulu, how could you do that? Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Is it because I did it in the wrong order? Grocery, probably not. I haven't got all the electrical plugs yet either, though. Seems like the tree would be the place to go when the sky turns red. That's always a ominous flag, red flag in my dreams. Shit's about to get real when the sky turns red. I guess I only started seeing that when I saw it in games. Games have infected my dream world. I don't want to quit this one. I give you this portent. My skin is a boiling tapestry. A great wound oozes. Fox is narrowing his gaze. I kind of want to replay that one. I think I'm gonna, because we didn't get everything. We ended it too soon. We didn't collect all the electrical items, and we didn't get all the mirrors, and we didn't get all the talismans. I suspect. I can't prove it. I suspect though. That there's a different ending. I don't know what that does. We can stand to do it one more time. We had 7 viewers earlier today. Wow, wow, wee, wah. I never saw that one before. I want to be proud, and I guess I am, but it's also kind of troubling for other streamers. Apparently, that puts me in a pretty high percentile in terms of simultaneous viewers. Is Twitch really that dire for most people? That necessarily means like 90% of Twitch streamers don't have any viewers. What keeps the site going? Is it just really the minority of super high earners? Seems like that's the inevitable breakdown of any competitive system, is that you just have a few winners and a lot of losers. It doesn't need to be that way. I've often thought about how world-changing and life-changing it would be for so many people if like one guy would start a multi-level marketing company but then redistribute money from the top to like evenly across all of the people who distribute for him in order to even out the earnings somewhat. Like, because if you've ever tried to talk people out of participating in MLMs, they're too proud to admit they've been fooled. You can't get them to stop. Oftentimes they'll jump from MLM to MLM trying to make one of them work, not understanding the business model itself is fundamentally fraudulent and exploitative. So if you can't stop them from joining MLMs, what if you just made your own that was actually a genuinely good opportunity, just out of the goodness of your heart, where you use the same business structure, but you sell an actually good product like Cutco. Not all of them sell shit. Some of them sell good products. That's not the issue. And then you redistribute your earnings, like 90% of them, because you're still going to be making a fuckload. That way, the golden opportunity to work from home and make useful amounts of money is actually real. It could actually deliver on the promise. Promise who would do that, though? You'd have to... It's a paradox. You'd have to be inclined to design a scam, but also inclined to run it in such a way as to not exploit people. We have confirmed liquid, drinkable liquid. So we would not die of thirst here. Doesn't open. Opens the rear portion of the map. I don't know what I did to deserve. Yes, I did. Never mind. It's kind of like how, if there's anything special and unique about America, really, it's that it was founded by guys who didn't want to be dictators or kings, who really believed in their vision for a better country. And that George Washington turned down the opportunity to be America's first king. It's like the opposite of what happens with communism, where the people who run the Revolutionary Army then just maintain that power post-revolution in order to turn it into an authoritarian hellhole. If by chance the people who ran the Revolutionary Army happened to be like George Washington's, just uniquely pure, well-intentioned people, maybe that wouldn't be the outcome. Maybe you could actually avoid corruption this time and achieve your socialist global utopia or whatever. I don't know about that. That's not the only problem it has. But it's just that there's so many opportunities in the world for a corrupt person to step in during a moment of vulnerability and to seize control. It's a miracle we don't already live under a totalitarian nightmare. You go in there. There's where you go. I want to say... Second one was inside of a house. Would you, could you, in a house? Would you, could you, with a mouse? What the fuck, Sam? No, I'm not going to fuck a mouse. That's not what I meant. You just asked me. Would you, could you? Seems like a furry DeviantArt prompt. Somebody pointed out to me that I think the logical terminus of AI creative tools is integration into VR, where it's like a lucid dream, where you can put a toddler in VR and have him clumsily tell the computer what he wants it to make, and then you can just point to shit and say, change that, make that bigger, make this smaller. Change that thing's color. I want that to be a different color. And you could completely offload all the brain power needed to design anything from the user onto the AI. And if monkeys could talk, you could have a monkey design shit. That's really as user-friendly as you could possibly make software. What's good, Netis? We're just talking about the hypothetical future of VR-based AI design tools where you can be a total smooth-brained brainlet and everything is done by AI interpreting your will as best it can, using autocorrect to interpret your drunken fucking instructions. So you can just point to shit, and it'd be like in Inception when they're designing the dream world. I was also thinking about why we don't already have GPT-3 based NPC AI. Like, imagine Skyrim where you can talk to everybody. Skyrim where all the voices are calculated by 11 Labs voice synthesis, and all the AI is by ChatGPT-3, which you would use the character AI masking system. So you could have like a sheet, an A4 sheet of text worth of backstory for each character. I don't know if you've used character.ai, but you don't need that much text for it to figure out how it's supposed to act. And then you could basically just have dedicated cores on your graphics card, which already exist, but not really for the purpose we're talking about yet. And each core would run a self-contained instance of ChatGPT. So you only need enough cores to provide intelligence for the number of NPCs you're interacting with at one time. So let's say you're talking to one guy and there's two people having an argument in the background. That's 3 cores. Sick. I'm talking about like fusing it all together though, and having dedicated hardware to support it. So if you have a crowded marketplace where there's 2 conversations happening behind you, that's 4 people talking to each other and 1 more talking to you, and maybe there's a shopkeeper behind you, that's 6 cores. Maybe you have 8 cores. The point is that you only need to be calculating AI for characters that you're talking to, or who are listening to you and reacting. And the cores can jump around into different bodies, like the bodies are puppets or costumes. It's kind of like actors, like stage actors, who are really, really rapidly changing costumes in between shots. Does any of this make sense? And really, it doesn't have to stop there. Dungeon.ai, and I guess, which is really outmoded by now, which is funny because it still seems so recent, shows that you can have storytelling AI. ChatGPT also tells stories reasonably well, which means you can not only determine dialogue, but actions. So if you have a fixed set of actions in the game, there's no reason that you couldn't have AIs like ChatGPT determine the next sequence of actions appropriate to a given stimulus. So ChatGPT could double for... It wouldn't do pathfinding, probably. It could double for general AI for characters, though. Pretty easily. At least I imagine. That's going to be the dawn of the final waifu. The most evolved AI waifu. Where, their behavior is determined by ChatGPT. Their dialogue is determined by ChatGPT. Each one has its own unique backstory and personality. You can have multiple AIs interacting depending on how many cores are on your GPU to support it. That's what I've heard. Could you please explain to me? I fear that maybe I'm the smooth brain. Maybe I'm the big dummy dumb here. I don't really understand how it's possible to run a local copy of something like ChatGPT or Midjourney when the size of the training data is so large. Is the training data off board? Does it access the training data on the internet, or is it in some kind of compressed format where only what it has learned from the data is local to the copy on your computer? We're slowly moving into the stage in my life where I become like a boomer, where I don't understand new technology. I thought that would never happen to me. I sincerely thought I would be different. Our generation would be different because we grew up with computers. So there would never be any new technology that we don't inherently, intuitively grasp. That's not really true. Zoomers are kind of simultaneously smarter and dumber than us. They're smarter in that they grew up with AI and shit, so they're going to have a better understanding of how to use it. They're dumber in that I think a recent poll showed most of them don't know how to navigate a folder tree in DOS, which is trivial. That's not really saying anything. It's like saying, this younger generation doesn't know how to drive stick shift. Well, nobody needs to, for the most part. Okay. Alright, that's like a conoctome. That's actually scary similar to a human conoctome, Netist. Thank you for explaining that to me. I feel less dumb. I was really feeling self-conscious that I'd finally reached that age, you know the one I mean, where I just would start to become slowly overwhelmed. But it makes sense for Zoomers not to know how to use DOS because nobody has to. They're not really missing out on anything. Computer interfaces have come a long way since that time. What they're familiar with is like smartphone interfaces, which is fine. That's all they're ever going to interact with for the most part. I think older generations just like to identify shortcomings in the knowledge of younger generations, things that we know that they don't, so we don't feel so humiliated and like we're being made obsolete. So that's why boomers like her. Oh, what happened? Why happened? Also, by the way, I didn't do the crystals this time. What the fuck? That shouldn't happen. Wonder what happens if I do the crystals now. Maybe it switches it back. I try to be more even-handed and magnanimous about it, and just be glad that future generations have the new shit figured out, so I don't have to. Nothing happened. That's a thing that can happen? Nothing? It's gonna drive me crazy that I'll never know exactly how many talismans or mirrors there are in this level. Unless I read a readme. I'll also never know what the alternative ending is unless I look it up on YouTube, and that drives me crazy. I don't want to have to do that. That's a positive sign, isn't it? That you don't have to know as much about computers now to use them more effectively. Should we really be lamenting that? I'm not in the mood to lament anything, I don't think. I got 5 of each. I want to say that's the correct amount. We haven't finished fixing the generator yet, though. We still have to find another whatever those things are. I want to say it was out by the dock? There's a funeral home here. Has anyone lived on an island? It feels like it'd be incredibly stifling. It feels like a small town times a million. Just like a small town, but even harder to leave. Aha, there are more than 5 mirrors, which means there's more than 5 talismans, probably. And I'm gonna be fucking pissed if it turns out that they're just a distraction and you don't get anything for collecting them. Thank you. Sorry about that. You didn't miss out on anything great. I was just talking about how my pet robots get stuck into conversational loops. And they never say anything particularly clever. Maybe there's a talisman behind here. Maybe I missed one at the gazebo. Or a mirror. I don't think I've ever checked for that. So the question remains, if it wasn't the crystals, then what triggered the sky to turn red? Was it like a time limit? In case you never find it? Or is it the number of talismans or mirrors I found? My record is currently 6 talismans and 7 mirrors. Fucking magical mysteries up in this bitch. Legends untold all throughout history. Water, fire, air, dirt. Fucking magnets, how do they work? And... no? Really? I don't accept that. This guy... ah, fuck yeah, what'd I tell you? Witness my powers of prophecy! Ha 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 ha! So I want to say, based on this one, that there's either 7 of each of these, or there's 10. And if there's 10, then I give up. Because there's no way that I'm ever finding all of them. And I swear to God, after I finish this, I'm going to, like tonight, I'm going to look it up on YouTube and try to find a Let's Play. Because I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight if I don't know for sure that the exact number of collectibles in this map. Problem is, I play some obscure shit on this channel. And usually it's obscure enough that there's not really Let's Plays for everything. Let's see if my hunch is right. Let's see if 7 is the magic number. Anything? Anything? No. I don't see any mirrors either. Let's just do it. I've heard it all before. I give you this portent. My teeth are barbed needles. There's 7 boils split open. Is that new? Bao rises on his defeated tide. It is new. Shit, my gamer word. That was a different message. Is that because of what I collected, or is it randomized or something? Scarlet is what it's called. Let's do Gloom Puke. I promise nothing. In fact, I promise less than nothing. I guarantee disappointment. Hamdad, the only channel which guarantees disappointment. That's a good preparation for life. Hello there, traveler. Welcome to the island of... Not the official name. I made it up. Catchy, huh? What can I do you for? What is this place? Wow, I just told you that. My name is Gregory. It's nice to meet you. I stand here in Greek Travelers. I'm incapable of moving. You're the only one, actually. This is too fast. I can't read everything. Certainly is. Both those things I said. Is there anything else you'd like to know? What is this place? Oh, he's gonna get angry. What's going on around here? Not a lot, truth be told. Some of the others are investigating that pyramid over there. Margaret and her courtiers. The temple near you is certainly a building. Cool, good old Castle Gloompuke. They say each of her stones. Which is obviously bullshit. Cool kind of bullshit, you know? Fun to think about. They make good food there anyway. Anything else? See ya. Fare thee well! This feels like a film cal character. Okay, we got WSD, but it's directional arrows. You know, I talk shit about a lot of these maps, and I say they feel like VRChat maps. This doesn't feel like a VRChat map. This feels like a Worlds.com map, or Active Worlds. Remember Active Worlds? Everybody knows Worlds.com from the memes. Only real OGs know fucking Active Worlds. Roderick. Oh, hi, hello. My name's Roderick. I'm the swamp monster. Super nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Ah, being a swamp monster is great. I make so many friends. Need anything else? What do you do here? I'm the swamp monster. I got the castle from Trespass. Obviously, idiot. You're not one of those, right? No. Too early to tell. Well, please let me know as soon as you find out, okay? I need to know so I can guard the castle from you. My job is very important. I'm good at it. This is really charming. You sure are. Anything else? This lad, he's too pure and wholesome. It's a swamp. Swamps are the best. I get to be a monster in them. Plus, there's a castle, so I get to guard it by being a monster. It's a sweet deal. Anything else? I gotta admit, AI shit is making me paranoid now. I will play stuff I know for a fact was made by humans, and I'll think to myself, this seems suspiciously AI generated. Like, this has the same vibe as, like, AI Seinfeld, or AI Steamed Hams. I don't know if you've seen AI Steamed Hams yet. It's exactly what you would imagine. Which is, I guess, comforting. Oh, I love this dude. Look at him. He's just vibing. Look at this. Look at this fucking throne. Can you believe this bullshit? I can't. Who the fuck sits in a throne this big? Who the fuck makes a throne this size? Oh god, I'm so mad. You gonna be okay? I don't know. I'm the queen of the swamp and I can't sit in my huge fuck off throne. I don't even know how to get a refund. I can't send it back. Mail doesn't exist here. I hate this. It's a pretty large share for sure. Right? How can I be queen of anything like this? My toes will already be in a stupid fucking chair for giants. Just snarling and snapping and squealing now. Pretty sure it'll be fine. Fuck do you know? You don't even have a body. You're just a floating bee's nest shaped like a torso. You think you're so cool with your cloud of amethyst drones? Get out of my large castle. You know what? Fair enough. When you're not wanted, you're not wanted. Do you think when fully AI generated movies start to hit the scene, people are going to hate watch them? Like, at first they're going to suck, but people will go to watch for the novelty and just hate on it? That would be counterproductive if you don't want there to be more. But it also feels like we're nearing a inflection point where I think the first AI generated movie is going to be a watershed moment for cinema in the same way that Tron was. And that Tron was the first movie that had significant amounts of computer generated imagery in it. Not completely. Interestingly enough, a lot of it was just physical sets made to look like CGI. And airbrushed backgrounds. What's going to be the AI Tron, if you know what I mean? Actually, there's a new Tron movie being made right now. I'd be surprised if it didn't include a lot of AI stuff. But we're in that same transitional time now, where even before Tron, there were a lot of movies that experimentally included like a couple seconds of CGI. Like the CGI owl in the opening credits of Legend, I think it was, or was that Willow? It was one of the two. Or the CGI Felix the Cat head in the Felix the Cat movie, which was a goddamn fever dream, by the way. That movie gave me nightmares as a kid. It has nothing to do with Felix the Cat. It's really weird. In an uncomfortable way. I'm the goat of woe. I am woe. I am woe the goat. Oh woe, oh woe. Woe to me, the goat, who must dwell within this, draped in the ragged canvas, burning, aching. I'm the goat of woe. Whoa, dude. I picked up on that. You mock me, wandering spirit, you deign to torment me? I do. Thou cruel spectre. Thou I can't pronounce that. Woe and woe again, you have bewoed this goat. You were already bewoed when I got here. The fate we have here, the ghost of sorrow. Now the goat of woe. Woe to you, sorrow, and woe to me, the goat. Why come to this cruel and loveless place, sorrow? I was birthed by malice and shot here by a cringing void. Yes. I gathered hate in my mouth and screamed myself awake. Oh, you can compose a poem. Dial it back a notch or two. Damn. I was too woeful for the goat. The goat of woe, no less. Why is there a draw distance in this fucking Unity-ass N64 game? It feels like there shouldn't be. Yeah, the Felix the Cat movie's about fucking visiting another dimension. And there's like lizard mice creatures. And there's a teleporter, a demence porter. And there's a queen, a princess, Oriana, of whatever the fucking land is. It has nothing to do with the comic strip. Although I guess, to be fair, the comic strip was pretty light on lore and details. You never really got a good sense. They kind of had to invent a setting for Felix to take place in whole cloth. And in order to just not make him a clone of Mickey Mouse, they had to be a little creative. But I think it's mostly a product of when it came out. Late 70s, early 80s, anything got greenlit. Anything. If you doubt me for even 1 second, which I doubt you do, ironically, look at the fucking middle portion of the plot in the Transformers movie. The 1982-83 Transformers film with the Stan Bush theme. You got the touch. You got the power. There's this whole fucking subplot in the middle of the movie to fill things out, where they go to a robotic planet and they get thrown into the Gladiator by the spinning dreidel head. Looks like the Master Control program from Tron. And it rhymes at them. And they have to learn a special mantra to secure the cooperation of a robot tribe or something, which is Ba Weep Rama Weep Nitty Bong or something. I think I got most of it right. It's a trip and a half, and I guess that was all they were really going for. A lot of stuff got included in films back then just because it was trippy. They're like, dude, drugs, Lamau. We're on drugs. They will be too. They'll appreciate this stuff. Oh, this is so fascinating. My goodness, yes, unbelievable. I see a hyena. This marking is so exquisite. You there, take a look at this sigil. I've seen some sigils in my time. What do you feel when you look at it? Cyclical couplets. You know, you could just be right. So, what elegant art form. Pictorial poetry following circular logic. Such beauty of magnificent... I would be friends with this person if I knew them. How may I help you, strange spectre? So this have the foggiest, but I adore it. Sort of appeared one day, all full of cool, mysterious bullshit. I love studying things. Her eyes go very wide, and she's bringing it. Studying makes me feel really good. I fucking love knowledge. She's like a redditor. Anything else? What do you do here? I'm the foremost linguist. I bet this person had a lot of fun writing the dialogue. This is a healthier way to deliver story than giant walls of text that they seem to get lazier in later games. Don't you? How curious. They're impossible to miss. They're everywhere. One of them appears to be licking your hair at this very moment. I thought that was you. Anything else? I have a theory that each island is from a totally different place. We each have belonged to different distant worlds and were then separated from them somehow and made to come together by some means. What do you think? Sound plausible? I don't know. I don't... Absolute balderdash. Fuck you. Nobody's ever said that before. Anything else? This is a much more constructive utilization of their writing talents than just fucking dumping lore onto the player. Again, I feel weird criticizing them because I like their writing a lot. But if you have that inclination, there's a good way to incorporate it into a game, and there's a bad way. There's a bunch of bad ways. I'd say there's very few good ways and very many bad ways. Teresa. Oh, hello there. What are you supposed to be? Some sort of fetch? What? I don't know what it means. Some kind of rusty nail elemental? Don't touch anything with the smoldering hooves of yours. Everything around here is very mysterious and valuable. You have a question? Name's Teresa. I'm an archaeologist. I specialize in pyramids, tombs, mysteries, ghost worlds, sunken cities, doom mazes, and skeletopoli. I love that word. I'm a respected scholar. You can tell us because all those true things I just said. Is there something else? Expedition. Catherine organized it, but she's very invested in her studies. So we need to stand here looking imperious and delegatory. I have very many certificates in delegation. It falls to me. Makes sense. Is there something else? What's with this pyramid? That would be the millionth Wraith gem question. Full of mysteries and artifacts. Much is to be expected. Of course. We don't know where the pyramid came from. Or indeed why it came here at all. We don't know about most things here. Or even ourselves, really. She was off in the middle distance for a very long time. Oh, I've depressed myself. There's something else? There isn't, actually. Goodbye, then. Reminds me of the plot of Abduction. If you have VR, you owe it to yourself to play Abduction. That's Obducction, I think. If I'm wrong, don't tell me. It's made by Cyan, the makers of Myst. It's, I think, the most pure expression of the concept of Myst in a video game. And it fits into VR better than the more recent VR remastering of Myst anyway. It's basically set in a containment dimension of some kind. Like a human habitat, where spherical chunks of the planet Earth from various time periods and other worlds have been teleported into the habitat and into the same vicinity. So you have these entire houses from Earth and also like temples and shit from alien worlds to explore. It's a really cool aesthetic. It's a bit disjointed, but by design. I don't want to talk to the woe goat. Oh, whoa. I believe that we have spoken already. We go to woe. How do I appear to you? Like a cyclone made of shards of sharp red glass. You twist slowly when I look at you out of the storm. My goodness, whoa. Yeah, I know. Alright. Let me go to woe. Well, he's memorable. I don't like him. I'll not soon forget the go to woe, however. I don't know that there's even an ending to this. I think the point is just the atmosphere and the characters. Could I live here? Probably not. There's water, but it's probably salt water by the looks of it. There's not any confirmed freshwater source. Not any confirmed supply of food. There's plant life. This feels a lot like VRML. I talked about Vermal on the last stream, and nobody fucking knew what I was talking about, I don't think. It's the ultimate boomer reference. It's when people try to make 3D websites, and a lot of them look like this, like really because of the limitation on poly count. Just floating islands with temples and shit. That kind of vibe. Oh shit! It's the Tomar Emeralds. Ursula, hello, friendly spirit. Bethany, hello, kindly wraith. You don't know anything about me yet. We are Bethany and Ursula. Ursula and Bethany. We are the keepers of the temple crystals. You have questions for us? What do you know? A desert full of bones and shrapnel. A swamp full of teeth and ambition. A temple full of lights and whispers. A playground full of ghosts. A burnt page adrift on a ring that misses its chain. Terrible public transportation. Not a single bathroom. Not one. That's weird. You can just shit off the edge. It's a floating island. You can just poop off the edge of it. They hold up the sky. They fill up the sea. They teach the worms to see. Worms can't see. Bullshit. That's ancient aliens. They give the stars their colors. They give the night its breath. But they're pretty okay. You have questions for us? I like... You can't fault this game for having a lot of soul. It has a lot of charm and character. This place is for healing. A place for stories. A place for jewels. A place for stars. A place for smoke. A place for candles. We like it here. You know what? This is the sort of shit Ouya should have had. Like esoteric hipster shit that wasn't dependent on good graphics. I'm Bethany, she's Ursula. Oh, that doesn't really clear up anything. I like the hot pink and hot green color scheme, though. That's Kino. I can't jump in this one. The fuck is this Oni-chan, Uwu? Vivian. Oh, hello, the kind spirit. I've never seen you before. I'm Vivian. Pleased to meet you. What may I do for you? Tell me a story. Once upon a time, there was an old house up at the steep hill. In this house, in the basement, there lived a severed hand. The severed hand had a mouth on its wrist, which was full of teeth. Like giant hornet stingers, the heads spent drugs crawling around the basement, stinger teeth to chew on brickwork. The bottom stare and constantly emit a foul, low gurgling whine that would rise through the night into a wet, plaintive howl that could be heard in the nearby village. They say it's still there today. That's a shit story. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? More of a prose poem than a story, I suppose. Anything else, dear? I liked that what the fuck was an option. What's up with this temple? Water in the fountain glows so beautifully. Those great big jewels are nice too. Most jewels are, I find. Very good environment for storytelling, all in all. What the temples are for, after all. I guess so. What do I look like? You're very much like a shawl made of spider silk, draped across the head and the shoulders of an invisible one made of twigs. Very fetching. I look different to everyone, apparently. Anything else? Nothing but thank you. Be well, spirit. You can't fucking tell me what to do. I'm gonna be shitty just to spite you. I'm gonna fall into poor health. Just to make the point that you can no longer tell me what to do. If you could ever. Fucking Zelda temple lighting effects. Can't knock it, that's pretty. I don't see anything left to do in this world. Does anything happen when we go outside? Oh, something did happen. When you talk to everybody, it starts raining. It would track. So this, the first guy you talk to should be the last guy. Get me out of here. You got it. Oh, that appears when you beat the game. Thanks for visiting. Take care. So there is an ending. I think that's... huh. I think that's the first time I've seen the ending to that. What did you think of Gloom Puke? Positive? Negative? I didn't mind it. I don't think it's the highlight of the pack, though. This one stuck with me. I remember this. This is about two lovers who were spirited away to a paradise together. It still makes me feel calm and serene. She wove her fingers into mine, and we watched the ships leave us behind. We had nothing but the sand and the sky and each other. This is a dream come true. This is the sort of place I dream about. When I'm happy, anyway. When I'm sad, it's all just the same fucking meaningless garbage. It's just factories over and over. Factory, factory, foundry, refinery, factory, refinery, foundry. Just the same boring gears and pistons and chains and belts and rust and fucking dirty windows with dirty, dark yellow light behind them. My brain has apparently a lot of factories inside of it. If it's a anxiety dream, it's usually apocalyptic. But my depression dreams are all industrial facilities that have been abandoned for like 100 years. Nothing's ever alive. Whenever there's like plant intrusion, the plants are dead and brown and brittle. There's also never any water. Everything's dry. If there's any materials that are not hard and cold, like concrete or metal, there's stuff like paper. Like brittle paper and string and wood. Dry wood and cardboard. Nothing like soft or damp or... I don't know. I guess when I'm sad, in some way I feel dry, or water represents life or something. I'm sure somebody who knows more about dream interpretation than I do would understand better what my fucking lizard brain is trying to say. Her star was the rabbit, and she was exiled for the way she changed the city in her sleep. My star was the wolf, and I was exiled for the bitter words I etched into their door. We wept for days, but we did so together, channeling our tears into the curve of each other's neck. Heretics, then, are you? A fine thing to bond over. Cool giant swords, too, by the way. This is some anime-looking shit. I think I like the apocalypse dreams the most, because they're usually pretty different from each other. I'm really tired of factories. It started when I was 15, too, and it hasn't let up. It just comes and goes in my life. It's a constant. The apocalypse dreams are always different. When I was in middle school, it was all Bible apocalypse stuff. When I was in high school, it started to be more esoteric. Like the dream about the black orb that shot an ice beam at the earth and froze everybody. It was like Ice 9, the Kurt Vonnegut book, where when the beam hit the ground, it just crystallized outward. And there's a spreading wavefront of ice. And when ice encountered stuff, it didn't push it. It enveloped it. So you could get frozen inside of the growing ice mass. What kind of apocalypses are there? I've had the Red Comet apocalypse. I've had The ice beam apocalypse, where I could see people's hands sticking out of the ice, still twitching and moving because they were still alive, but not for very long. I had the one where I woke up in a bunker, and when I went outside, there were skeletons heaped up in corners, holding their arms out as if they had been terrified of something, and they'd all fled and gotten cornered. And I never found out what it was. I think the ice beam one was just alien invaders. The first road rose up out of the water not when she was asleep. I have to walk up the road to him. When her back was arched, my lips were pressed to her stomach. She gasped and shut her eyes, smiling. Now there's an idea, she laughed and combed her fingers through my hair. Lewd! Lewd! Aggressively lewd. Outrageously, illegally lewd. Oh, incomprehensible. Like giants? I have giant apocalypse dreams. Where it's like a non-humanoid giant. It's not clear what it is. It's not even harming anybody. It's just kind of there on the horizon, like the sun would be. Like, somehow just simply existing damaged reality or some shit. Like the ending of Night's Link, if you remember that one. I wonder what that means if more than one person dreams it. If that symbolizes just... I don't know what that symbolizes. Have you ever had orbs, dream orbs, where it's like a crystal ball with glitter in it, and if you look into it, you see another dream, and if you stare too long, then you get drawn into the dream, and it's like a hyperlink. It's like a URL for dreams. I remember finding the orbs in like a hub world on a beautiful white sand beach with all sorts of jewel encrusted seashells. Like the spiral-shaped shells and the conch shells. And there was someone else there who was like a billionaire. And I was like, why don't you gather all these shells? And he's like, there's so many. It's pointless. Like, even one of these is more money than I could ever spend. Then he went through an orb, and I looked at the orbs. And they're scattered on the beach. They're sunken partly into the sand. One of them had a library inside of it, and I went in the library, and that's when I first met Violet, who I've talked about a lot. Violet's my dream... I would say waifu. She never really showed me any affection. You'd think she would if it was wish fulfillment. She was more like... Violet is someone I first saw when I was a teenager. I want to say around the same time that the Factory Dreams started. Where I was really unhappy because of homeschooling and I started having weird dreams. And she was I don't think she was from our time period because she was wearing like a faded green Victorian dress that was in tatters. Like she'd been there a long time, and she confirmed it when I asked that she had been trapped in a dream world for a very long time, and she'd been waiting for someone else to believe her that she's not just a dream, she's an actual person in the real world who's asleep. And I asked, where's your body? And she says, it's in a hospital. There's this corrupt doctor who my parents are paying off to keep me in a coma to collect insurance money, which doesn't make sense. I don't really know what the deal was with that, but like her parents were in on it somehow. And she was waiting for someone to rescue her by exposing the doctor and his fraud and waking her up from the coma. And nope, but the problem is nobody would believe that she was real. They all thought she was a dream character. And she was in a library, but it was part of a mansion. I wrote a story about this because I felt like I had to do it justice. She was in a shape-shifting mansion, kind of like the stairwells in Hogwarts, but not made of brick. Everything was like really polished oak with golden trim, and had carved bas reliefs in every surface, and really like ornate hand carved wainscots and whatnot. And there were floating platforms with people on them, acting out uh, the same action over and over like a movie. Uh, where's the new message? These are pretty high def shadows actually for this version of Unity. Violet was not really a friend. She just needed my help. I was lonely. I wanted a dream GF, but that was contingent upon saving her, and I couldn't save her. I couldn't find out where she was because she didn't have any details for me. Eventually, the last time she appeared to me, she said that I failed her. That her body was dying in the real world. That her parents and the doctor were going to get their way, and that I had. She thought that I was going to be the one. That she put her faith in me, and I let her down, and I felt the worst I've ever felt in my life. It was a feels bad man moment. That happens more than you would think. I mean, I've had sex dreams, I've had romance dreams, but I sometimes I meet characters who are sentient for some reason. Like the Temple World dream. I've talked about this one on stream before too. Temple World is like, imagine a Mormon church, but it's inside out. Like it's outdoors. It's all open air plazas, like kind of like Roman cities where there's columns and shit just out in the open. Large open public spaces. It was all white, like a Roman church. It's all white marble, and it was all spires fucking everywhere. And there was a party. Everybody was dressed very formally, but they were dressed like as if for a funeral. But they're dressed like all kind of sexy too. So they're wearing like little black dresses and black suits, formal black suits, and they were drinking. They were drinking like booze, martinis and shit, and they were just dancing. I was like, "What's the big occasion?" And they said it's the end of the world. And I couldn't get any more information out of them than that until I went to a secluded corner of Temple World where there's a water feature. There was like some kind of fountain, but it wasn't really a fountain. It was like the water was coming out of the wall, and there was like a reflecting pool, I think they're called. And there were koi in the pool. Anyways, there's this redhead who's crying her eyes out in a little black dress. I was like, "Hey, baby," and she's like, "I'm not in the mood right now." I'm like, "What's the matter?" And she said, "The world is ending." I'm like, "What do you mean? Everybody says the world is ending. No one will tell me what the fuck is going on." And she says, "Nobody else really understands. They're all fragments of the dreaming mind of the creator of this world who's asleep right now. And whoever he is, when he wakes up, all of us will cease to exist. We're just fractured shards of his consciousness." And she was just the largest and most self-aware shard. They were all just like me seen through a kaleidoscope that divided one person into many. And she didn't know it was me. I don't know how she didn't catch on, considering I was the only one intelligent enough to have like a full conversation with her about it. And she was really depressed and upset that she was gonna die, and that she was the only one who understood that, and she couldn't get any. She couldn't seek consolation or comfort in anyone else because they were all too busy getting drunk and partying, and none of them were smart enough to know the full extent of the tragedy that was unfolding. And I felt bad because it was my fault. Because I was going to kill her by waking up, and not on purpose. I couldn't help but do it. Like, if I stayed asleep, I would die of hunger or something. Or I'd wind up like Violet. And I did, but I didn't tell her. I feel kind of scummy. I didn't want her to be mad at me or to try to like beg me. to stay asleep. So I lied and I said I was really sorry. That I tried to talk her through all of her mortal anxiety about dying in the near term, but she was just inconsolable. I felt like a bastard after I woke up because I never counted on part of me becoming self-aware like that, and having a fear of death. My dream characters aren't usually scared to die in the way that she was. Interestingly, I didn't get fucking pulled over by the dream police. I get pulled over pretty often by the dream police, which are just regular 1950s looking cops, but they're in black and white, like the cops on the Andy Griffith Show. And their police cruisers look like black and white police cruisers from like the 40s and 50s, but they have no wheels, and they don't even have a place for wheels to go. It's like a hover car. So they're, I guess, in charge of uh, dream law, making sure people don't commit dream crime. I don't. It's never clear what I did wrong. I remember finding how many hours. I never timed it. I have vivid dreams when I oversleep too. Also when I'm sick. Especially when I'm sick, I have the best dreams. The cops fucking stop you if you. Usually, actually, you know what it is. I think the connection I discovered is it's when I'm lucid dreaming. They almost the only consistency is that they usually show up when I start to lucid dream. As if that's against the rules for some reason. Like you're not supposed to know that you're dreaming. And that's like your subconscious being like, "Hey, cut that out, you. Get back into the fully subconscious dreaming mode." But last time I dreamt, I was at my old school, but there was like its underground temple with pe- sort of marble pillars. And there's a clock in the floor, like a glass layer, and then underneath it we're moving our hands. And there were little statues of representing different, I think, Greek gods or something. And inset in the pillars that were surrounding the room and supporting it. I don't know what I did there. I don't remember if I was lucid dreaming or not, but I think that's the common thread, is that they don't like when I lucid dream. They show up and try to arrest me, and then I escape by waking up every time. I never find out if there's like a dream police station. Yeah, exactly. Actually, that's me too. Mostly because there's not enough time. When I start lucid dreaming, it's usually a sign that I've got like about 4 more minutes of dream time left before I wake up. So there's not enough time to do anything really cool. My most recent lucid dream was on the side of a mountain, but it was like a shitty 1990s CGI mountain. Like, you know those fractal terrain generators that people use to generate CGI terrain backgrounds for their GeoCities websites in Bryce 3D in like 1995? That's what it looked like. It was like a shitty Bryce 3D volcano. And I was skiing down the volcano. I don't know how that worked. There wasn't like snow or anything. It just worked. I also had a jetpack. I couldn't fly with it. It only made me ski faster. Anyways, I was skiing towards a volcanology institute, like a volcano research outpost on the side of the mountain. And I realized suddenly, hey, wait a minute, I'm dreaming right now. What do I do? But I had found myself in a place where there wasn't really anything to do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm on the side of a volcano with a jetpack. I guess I can just keep jetpacking, but I was already doing that. One time I tried to do sex stuff and it backfired on me. I was getting hot and heavy with this black chick with a huge fro, in an a brick alley in like 1980s New York. I don't know why. Don't make fun of me. I didn't do that on purpose. My subconscious did. But I was like fucking her, and her junk turned into like a ovipositor, like an alien orifice, and her whole body started to morph into it. So it was like a Jabba the Hutt tail, but leading to like an opening that my dick was still trapped inside of, and I couldn't get it out of. And there were like teeth in it, and it was like a sandworm kind of. I feel like I was just being punished for trying to use lucid dream to get laid. Because I only started trying to fuck when I was lucid dreaming, and then it's like, oh yo, you want to get your dick wet, do you? Oh, you want some hanky panky? Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Have a fucking alien pussy. Surprise, motherfucker! I only seem to be able to get my dick wet in dreams when I'm not lucid dreaming. Actually, one good thing that comes from lucid dreaming is I can fly properly. If I'm not lucid dreaming, I can't fly. I can halfway fly. I can double jump. I can glide. But I have to like exert myself as if the flight organ is a muscle. And it's tiring. It's exhausting to levitate. And I can't seem to gain altitude except for in very short spurts. But when I'm lucid dreaming, I can force it. I can finally like take off and fly properly. That's one of the cool things I've been able to do because I was lucid dreaming. Is I actually gain altitude and soar like Superman. I wonder why that is. I wonder what stops me from flying correctly. I've read that your ability to fly in your dreams represents how you feel you're doing in your life. That if you're struggling to take off, it represents your feelings that you're struggling to like get your life started. I don't know that lucid dreaming really fixes that problem, but it kind of forces it to work. And it is a lot of fun to fly in dreams, especially when you're lucid dreaming. It really feels real. I remember dreaming about exploring the backyard when I was a kid, behind my childhood home, which I haven't visited, like where the house where before the move. There's this huge strip of land out back where it's just shared natural space. It's not that great. There's like a lot of thorn bushes, so you can't really use it for much. You can pick blackberries, but it's a great just adventure field when you're a kid and you just want to run around and scream and hit stuff with a fake sword. Which is a lot of what I did. I played Zelda a lot. I used to put Kool-Aid in jars and pretend they were mana and health potions. And I forgot some of them and they would get rancid. Or put my Easter candy, my gold coin, chocolate coins, in little wooden chests and pretend it was like Zelda treasure. Probably some of those are still out there, just unbelievably rotten and melted. But anyway, I had a dream where that strip of land just continued. And it was just a never-ending continuum of the backs of other people's houses and the backs of their fences. And just different layers of grassy sort of valley. But it was a sort of a cultivated space. And I eventually found the woods that I know consciously are part of that. It's like when you're a little kid, a small forest seems like a giant forest. It's just the right size for kids to put their tent in or whatever. And I find the tents a lot. But it's actually tiny. That tends to be the case when you're an adult and you're visiting places that you remember from your childhood. The biggest surprise is how small everything is. But I went in there in the dream, and there's like a Peter Pan guy. He wasn't canonically Peter Pan, but he was like a forest nymph, elf person, like a guy of the forest and wearing plant clothing, and we were all buddies with him. Everybody knew him, and he was really sketchy. Actually, he bought like alcohol and stuff for people. He basically was an adult who had some kind of magic powers, and who was like the ringleader of a bunch of like miners, and he let them eat candy and he gave them beer and shit. This is sounding worse and worse. And he got away with it by just pretending to be a magical elf, which he kind of was. Could do some kind of spells, but he built like a treehouse complex, like from Pan, like, or Hook. I mean the film, like the Lost Boys tree fort city. And there's a zip line. I was obsessed with zip lines for a while. Here we go. He's just a sketchy guy everybody vibed with and trusted. And he didn't seem to be malicious. He just seemed to be pathetic. Like he just wanted friends and was homeless and lived in the woods, and his only buddies were kids who lived in the houses. He's like a Michael Jackson type of guy, where he didn't have any other friends and he was alone, isolated, and so he was just our pathetic sort of organ grinder's monkey who danced when we asked for it and did magic spells for our entertainment. There's the whole story. I told her that I would make it so that we could hang in the sky, so that we could leave our history behind us. Now that I have, she's smiling at me at the foot of the bed. She only knows what's there, waiting to go someplace new together, and there's no one in creation more beautiful than her. This makes me tear up. This is so sentimental. Why can't I have this love for longer than about 6 months at a time? Why can't I have a eternal romantic paradise with a never-ending sunset and floating walkways to go on endless walks? It's a unique type of suffering when your problem is not getting dates but keeping relationships. Because, I mean, at some point, if you're like me, you just give up because it's pointless. Because you don't want to waste another person's time, and you're getting old, and other women probably should spend their time on other men that they can have families with. I just feel like it's hopeless. What's in it for me and what's in it for them? Would I waste another 6 months getting emotionally invested? I would rather be ugly. If I were ugly, I could be a wizard by 30. I could just live a pure and chaste life, like a monk in a monastery, focusing only on creative pursuits. But instead, I wasted huge portions of my life chasing skirts and getting them sometimes, and feeling great for like half a year, and then worse than I have ever felt in my life when they inevitably dump me, because I just internalized the lesson that I'm not worth anyone's time, that my relationships are inherently doomed. And I don't like sex so much that I would just keep doing it just to get laid, because I want there to be like a point. I want to beat the game, you know? And fool that I am, stupid, sentimental fool that I am, when I finally built myself up into someone who could get dates at all, I went from being like a goofy, disheveled mess wearing like wearing hand-me-down clothes from fucking Goodwill, to understanding how to put together an outfit, understanding personal hygiene, understanding boundaries, understanding what sort of humor is charming. Basically, all the getting a car, getting income, all the shit that you need to do to get dates, which normies seem to just automatically do by that point in life. I was behind on because I was developmentally delayed and I was a kid mentally for much longer than I should have been. So I did all that stuff, and you know what I believed in my heart. I believed wrongly that I had reached the finish line. That once you're able to get a date, you can take for granted that it's going to work out, and if it doesn't work out, you're just not with the right person yet. That's not how it works. Actually, there's the really hard work starts when the relationship starts. So all that shit I had to do just to get to the starting line, and it turned out not to be the finish line, and it was really demoralizing. I don't know if this is too much information or cringe. I guess I don't care. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. It's enough to make you just throw up your hands and be like, well, I guess I'll fucking die a hermit. Because I can't... I gave everything I had just to be able to get women to say yes to dates. And the longest relationship I ever had was 3 years. And that was when I was much younger. So I was much closer to being on mental parity with my partner then. And as a man who's getting close to 40... it's not charming anymore to be that way. I'm just out of options. Other than single mothers, hungry hippos, or chicks with dicks, and I don't want any of them. And I don't. If I find someone who doesn't fit that category, who's actually a catch, I don't want them to waste their time with me because if they want to start a family, they should find somebody that they're not going to dump in half a year because, you know, they're running out of time too. It's just better for both of us if we don't bother. I guess, fool's gold. I seem really interesting, but it's not good for anything other than my temporary gratification, and I just wind up feeling hollow and even worse about myself. It's hard to stop, though. That's a really primal urge to be with another person, and to be loved and to love. So it's like a fucking heroin addiction, where even though you know that it doesn't go anywhere good, you just keep banging your head against the same wall, and the outcome is never different, but you can't stop. I've been trying to just find fulfillment in other areas of my life. I work out a lot. I took a break recently, but I'm back at it. I like being strong and healthy. I like eating good food. I find a lot of fulfillment creating stuff, creativity, and I like learning, which sounds like the dorkiest shit. But when my dad said when I was a kid, learning you'll someday learn. Learning is the greatest pleasure in life, and he was not lying. I didn't understand yet. It's when you're a kid. School feels like a prison. You hate school because you're forced to go there and you get bullied there. But when you grow older and you're deprived of opportunities to socialize and meet people, you realize that school was, at least for non-autistic people, was a social oasis of people your own age at your same developmental level, at least if you're not autistic. For me, it was a little bit of a different story, but it's still better than like trying to socialize in a workplace or something. And now, like, as we aged alongside each other, the gap just grew and grew until I was completely unrelatable to anybody. And now, I don't know what the happy ending looks like for me. I think trying to make relationships work over and over hasn't worked. But there's got to be more to life. People say that's such an important part of life, but those are like married couples who made romance like their main quest line. It's like in Skyrim. You know, in Skyrim there's a main quest line, but that's not the point of a Bethesda game. It's the most fleshed out story, but it's not why you play the game. There's 10 times more content in a Bethesda game in the form of side quests, and you can have a perfectly good time, arguably even a better time if you had to choose one or the other, playing all the side quests versus playing the main quest. And for better or worse, I guess I'm locked into that path now. I'm just playing all the side quests of life and seeing what's down the roads that are not as often taken by people. It's taken me some pretty strange places, like submerging hamsters for internet dollars, and fucking building a diving helmet and all the other weird shit I made. I don't know. I don't know if I'm happy exactly. I feel different ways at different times. At the same time, though, you know what? It's kind of banal for every human to try to live the same life. So many humans live the same life. They go to school, they get a job, they get married, they have kids, and that's what they find fulfillment from. In the same way, there's no point to making sequels to something if it's not going to be any different. I feel like there's not a lot of value to identical human lives and taking the same path everybody else does in life. And there is a lot of value in trying to live a different life and see what other people miss out on. Even if it turns out to be disappointment, at least you didn't go down the same path everybody else did. At least you saw different stuff. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just cope. It sounds like copium. It feels real, though. It feels correct. A lot of stuff feels correct, though, that's contradictory. I don't know. I don't have the answers. Sorry to dump all that on you. I just get sort of sentimental when I play that game because of the music and the sunset. I still hold out hope. Maybe someday I'll meet somebody. Like the only person in my age range who is not married or has divorced already with a kid. Oh, this is a cool one, actually. This was one of the first games I played. We're pretty similar then. I have a habit of attracting people who have overlap, psychic overlap with me, who have usually through my writing. That's actually been one of the most gratifying things about writing. They don't tell you about that. There's shit you expect, like reviews and feedback. What you don't expect about writing is for people to come back at you and email you and say, I have felt this exact feeling before. Like the supposedly ineffable dimensions of human experience that you describe are not ineffable, and they're not unique to you. Statue of Hate, Mother of the Hive, Goddess of Fury, Plague, Wings, Death, and Stinging Insects. Her wings appear to be crafted from shards of some fine red crystal or glass. Right, so this is Hate, the goddess of the swarm. She appears in multiple games, often not directly. Oftentimes you only encounter her brood. Her brood is human beings who have undergone a Kafkaesque transformation into human-insect hybrids through a sacred metamorphosis process. I would say that's actually been more rewarding than the financial side of writing. You get more out of writing than you think you're going to, but it's not what you expect to get out of it. It's the ways in which putting large amounts of your insides of your soul onto a sheet out for everybody to see enables people to identify things that are also inside of them that they thought were proprietary to them that aren't. And it's reassuring and in a very nourishing, a warm, nourishing, comforting way to discover that you're not alone. That in fact, simply by virtue of being born human, you share a lot in common with other people you never thought about. Just the primal experiences like birth, death, having a mother and a father, birthdays, first kiss, first other stuff. Those kinds of things, the milestones in life and how you felt about them. Also just having the same neuroarchitecture. Have I sold you on frequenting the Twitch stream, Netist? I'm really trying to grow my audience. I don't normally wax philosophical. That's a lie. I do. Not too often, though. Page copied from some holy text. It describes parasites burrowing into the organs of soft mammals and the glorious jubilation of their feeding. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sounds like a good time. Page copied from some holy text. It describes cicadas hooking their claws into the bark of trees and ripping themselves out from their old carapaces. The description is mellifluous, borderline pornographic. Hang on while I Google mellifluous. I always stop what I'm doing whenever I see a word I don't know. That's actually how my vocab got as big as it did. I never gloss over words I don't know. I always put down everything I'm doing. I stop and I go and I look it up. Sweet, musical, pleasant to hear. Wow. And that's another word in my arsenal. Not that I think, use that one too much. It's a little bit flowery. You don't want to use too many fancy words. A little bit goes a long way. They're like the meatballs in the pasta. You shouldn't use them like the pasta sauce. They shouldn't be everywhere. They should be like the nucleus of a sentence. Page filled with erratic scrawling. Skin and shred and drink and writhe are repeated many times. I get the idea. So this appears to take place in the Middle Ages, I want to say. I remember this one. I mean, this person makes a lot of very memorable games. I think if I had to choose a favorite game series, it would either be Strange Town or Haunted Cities. Not just for the variety, but for what they have in common. They tell a kind of a cohesive story. A story of a dark religion of transformation into insectoid creatures. A massive grub rides atop a cutting board. Its glassy eye considers you pleadingly. It seems incapable of moving away. Could I fuck it? Ah, never mind. It's kind of cute. It's a flattened sprite, though. That saves you having to model something. Leeches, mealworms, fresh maggots, silkworm larvae, night crawlers, black soil. Is that a knife? It's a knife. We can use the knife on the grub. You slice into the grub, a jet of warm hemolymph. That's what they always say instead of blood. Bathes your wrist. The grub attempts to grasp your fingers. You continue cutting until there's only viscera. In the ruins of the grub's body is a faded metal key. Key, get! Infirmary. Really helps having played this before. A lot of my old streams, I was just lamenting earlier that I didn't record my streams for like 3 years. But it's honestly better because I can play the classics now without wasting the entire stream wandering around not knowing what to do. That also saves me from having to edit. Heavy wooden doors and refuse to budge. They don't appear to be locked. They've been barred from the outside. So the townspeople have tried to block you in, understandably. Would you join Bug Religion? I want to give it a strong maybe. I'd have to see what their orgies look like. That's the centerpiece of any cult. If the orgies are no good, then what's the point? Actually, let's have a closer look at that. It looks like a Hieronymus Bosch painting. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that's what it is. Library. You couldn't have fucking put the letters there on there? Dormitory. That's high praise, I guess. Odd compulsion stops you in track. Drop one knee and begin panning. Your vision clouds over. Feels like terminates across the surface of your eyes. Go blind for a minute. Stand to catch your breath. Uh-oh. Doesn't seem positive. we put down Brother Lumbricus today. His change came, but he was inadequate. He was given no weapons with which to carry out her will. So no stinger, basically. His soul must have been weak, and yet he always seemed so devout. I began to fear for my own change, to think I might too become something weak, something crawling and helpless. I only pray she will deem me worthy. I work so very hard. Was he the grub? Open, 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 open. Watch one of these have a flashlight in it. Just a bunch of lonely monks, you know. You know how it be sometimes. Mother's coming to visit. I'm so excited. I haven't seen Mother in a long, long time. That would be Hate, of course. Their goddess and the Hive Queen. I got a key. I don't remember what it was to. I don't think there's an inventory. This is really weird presentation. It feels like, almost like a Wolfenstein engine type thing. I try to imagine if I can see myself streaming still in many years, and I think the answer is yes, just because I game anyway. But there's a lot of stuff I feel like I might never get to stream. There's just too much good stuff to stream out there. Like Arx Fatalis. I keep wanting to stream Arx Fatalis, but I just somehow never get around to it. Or Drawful. Short Talk wants me to stream Drawful. Excuse me. What was that? These are my fellow monks undergoing their change. Apparently one of them didn't... One of them hatched already? Or didn't go well? A slender glass knife of exquisite make. Take the knife. Could I have used that to cut open the grub, I wonder? All indoctrinations hitherto successful. Stability of brother's service questionable. No other outstanding concerns. Halfway metamorphosis all ideal. Barring those weak souls we put down. She looks upon us with great favor. Ours will be a triumph for her arrival. I like this. I like this as like official canon for what the deal was with the Kafka's The Metamorphosis. He just underwent a change into a bug person. As one does, you know. Hanging chrysalids, they pulse with shifting, changing, growing life. Apart from one exception, they appear fragile. So you move to the end of, so near to the end, you dare not move too near. But I have a knife. I have a knife, though. It won't let me cut into them. Even if I were so inclined. We found Bug Church. Could you call these people bug chasers, technically? Word sermon is written on the top of the page. At the center of the page, a centipede appears to have been chopped into pieces. His fluid has long since dried in the paper. Yeah, makes sense. Good sermon. Very life-affirming. I feel as if I learned some lessons from it. Pick up the trowel. I'm gonna guess I used that outside. The door is seething. You flatten your hands to the wood and feel deep shuddering, some cruel energy emanating from the material, enervating the material in the palms of your hands. There's no knob or handle. At the center of the door is a metal panel with three thin slots. That means I need 3 glass knives to open it. If I recall correctly. But first, we have to find the graves. What graves, you ask? Any minute now. Look at these fucking sprite trees. This looks like Sega Saturn. The ground even looks like a VDP2 layer. This is totally the sort of game that would have been on Saturn. It looks kind of like Virtual Highlight. No, not here. Here, maybe? Yep, here are the graves. Saturn always looked kind of crunchier than PS1. You dig up the grave. You find a body of a man with no eyes, whose skin is slick and translucent head to toe. He appears to have been stabbed in the chest. He didn't complete his metamorphosis, did he? You find a woman with legs and segmented underbelly of a cockroach. She seems to have been stabbed in the chest. Yep. They didn't completely... Last knife wrapped in a scrap of thin old cloth. Pocket the knife. Body, yep. Mouth is, yep. Same story every time. This is apparently what happens if you don't transform correctly. Which is a body horror nightmare in itself. Number one, you're turning into a bug man. Number two, it doesn't even work right. They've refused to budge. You can hear the sky shake with babbling, incoherent screams, and the sky pounds like a timpani with the beating of massive wings. That's a good sign, right? That means our goddess is about to arrive. Might be hot. Might be like a sexy bug MILF, like a queen bee type of thing. I mean, if you're a bug man, anyway. I don't even know if they're social insects. Are there male drones? We've not yet opened all the rooms. Huh. No, we don't have all the keys. We don't have all the keys. I want to say there was a knife or a key under one of these pillows originally. I might just be smooth-brained. Nope, it's not there. I had a false implanted memory by satanic ritualist cabal members. Back to wandering. Unless, what if we only need 2 keys? I don't mean keys, I mean knives for the 3 thin slots. No, we do really need 3. We actually do need 3. I don't think there's anything good here. This is a state-of-the-art monastery, by the way. It's got auto-closing doors. It's got to be in here. This was the most recent room we unlocked. Interesting solution to doing books on a bookshelf without having to 3D model them. It's just fucking PNGs. Unless there's something in the blood. There's not. I would have expected there to be a key in the blood. We are not quitting this one. This one's actually really based. Actually, it's memorable. It's cool. It's got a cool ending. I think maybe this is where I'm supposed to leave the monastery. I don't remember though. This is why I didn't record before. It would have just been an hour or two of this. Even with foreknowledge of where the game goes. It's not foolproof. Maybe it is, though. I'm a fool and it's preventing me from beating it. We're almost out of time. I'm going to go overtime just to deliver on my promise to you guys. It's a little uncomfortable. This is new. This is new, isn't it? Oh no, this is where the grub was. We've been in here before. Did we look at all the tables, though? That's where we found the knife, I believe. The grub is gone, though, oddly. Maybe we ate it. I want to say this is the same person who made Dread Delusion. We've been here before, too. I don't know if we got a key from here. Is there a book I can push? I must be remembering another game. Ah, here we fucking go. This is what I've been looking for. Heavy Thomas marked in several places. He opened the first page. On her wings rode fury and venom and violent irreparable change. The sky shivered with her birth, and the horizon was pregnant with the mounds of her children. Hot. Her children were not of weak flesh, nor dull hand, nor small gasping mouth. Her children had skin of armor, and lances filled with venom, and cleaving jaws, and their minds were a chorus, jubilant and unified, and she loved them, and they were all that she loved. Aw. Most of her children came with her from the wound in the sky, but there were some among the fleshy ranks of men that she saw as worthy and raised up, and they drank up full of her bile, and their bodies were changed to better serve her seething anger. Whoa, chill out. And when she had combed their herds for her new disciples, and her ranks had swelled to her liking, wings opened across the earth, and sky drew back in horror as her children filled it, and the morning saw a world that had been matted down to the soil by blood. On the last page, a thin iron key has been wedged into there. It says library. Okay, we got the key finally. He was hidden in a fucking book. They knew my one weakness, that I don't read, which of course is a lie. I'm kidding. I can't make that joke. That's too. That would be a iffy joke. It's the Boondocks joke about books. Maybe it's to keep specific people from getting the key. I didn't say it. I thought it, but I didn't say it. Where the fuck is the library? God damn. Library's the last room we haven't opened, I think. In fact, so... Dormitory, nope. Library, here we go. Let's fucking go! Finally, God. This, I think, is where we have the book puzzle. Right of invitation. One of these is a 3D book, or they're like notes or something. Invertebrates, planets, precious metals, and acidic liquids. I'm looking for this, I believe. Boy came to a clearing where a boy came to a clearing where a great bloated tick wallowed in a shallow pond, and he found that he could not speak, for she had filled his mouth with leeches as This is the same book we read in Grandmother's Garden. Do you remember? I talked about this. About the same story recurring in multiple works of this author. Hierophant for the roaches will have teeth of men, and the lost will not have singers with tongues. Burn under her ribs. This is the same book, actually, page for page. Now we know where it came from. I think there's a couple of them. Here we go. Ritual invocation. Changing the color of the sky to create an environment more suitable for the invitation of carnivorous duties. That explains why the sky always turns red. So the apocalypse in this universe is when the priestly class of this religion succeeds in performing the invocation to summon hate, the hive mother. Then the sky turns red and is blotted out with swarms of giant bugs. Whatever, I wasn't even doing anything. So my schedule is all wide open for a insect apocalypse. Can I read this again? Does this not give me a knife? Huh. Yeah, I don't think it's cool or cute when they bring back aspects of retro game design that were never good. Like having to use page up and page down to look up and down instead of just giving us mouse look. Like, I remember that from like Duke Nukem 3D. That wasn't what made it good. I'm missing something. There's something in this room. There's something in this room I'm missing. Unless I could go outside and shit has changed. I don't think it will have though. There isn't anything on the shelf. I remember this. I remember the solution being that there was more than one book. I don't see it though. I'm gonna try to leave. Actually, I can't because I don't have the 3 knives, do I? Maybe I do and I don't know it. Oh shit! Son! That's where the knife was. Okay, that's what I was remembering. Is this the real life though, or is it just fantasy? I would argue that in fact we're caught in a landslide and there's no escape from reality. Open your eyes, man. Because I'm just a poor boy and nobody loves me. This isn't even song lyrics anymore. This is just me whining. Poor boy is a tasty sandwich, though. That's not a bad thing to be. You feel a scuttling sensation beneath the skin of your thigh and your waist. That's, ooh, that's not good. Wait, might be. Could be gone wrong. Hashtag gone sexual. We don't know. In this world, nothing is as it seems. But everything is as it screams. You gather the 3 glass knives and slide them one by one into the slots. Each produces a slow, viscous gout of watery red ichor. The knives dissolve, their handles drop to the floor, and the door begins to slide upward into the ceiling. Beyond it, you can hear wind and the rustling of leaves. Constant drone. Open the door and step through. Let me go join my hive brothers, and we can then unite in the sky with our queen bee milf waifu, which I expect rule 34 of upon the morrow, if there isn't already. Listen to that sound. Full of bright and incessant. A 1,000 million pale wings. All of them yours. Oh, thank you. You honor us. You know, for a suitably high Patreon subscription tier, it can be in a gay way. Is that a joke? Nobody knows. Anyway, that's all for this time. Thank you for joining me on my journey of self-discovery and swarms of gigantic, horrific insectoid monk hermits. I don't know. That doesn't really roll off the tongue. But it was enlightening as always and a great time. I feel like we've been through a lot together. And we'll be able to repeat this journey on Monday. So get back at me on Monday. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This is Ham Dad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled crying yourself to sleep, I assume. That's what I do. So eventually that joke's gonna get old, but tonight is not that night.